Chapter 733. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so capable in this area. You actually gave birth to 32 children before the age of 50. Andre widened his eyes in surprise as he sized up the slightly plump merchant in front of him. Oriar was a multicultural world, and it was very open in terms of marriage and sex. Although many gods who were inclined towards order advocated monogamy to maintain the purity and sanctity of marriage, to the rich and powerful, this was meaningless. Of course, in order to hide it from the public, most people in the upper class would only marry one wife or husband. Usually, it was a political marriage. After giving birth to a healthy heir, the husband and wife would have completed their duties. In the future, whether it was finding a lover or taking care of one's face, it was the individual's freedom. At least, this was the case when the two families were of similar strength. In some extreme countries, such as the Great Kamla Desert, the chiefs of some large oases even had hundreds of beautiful wives and concubines. Other than a few trusted aides, the ordinary male members might not even touch a woman in their lives. In addition, for those high-grade professionals with terrifying power, the so-called monogamy was even more superficial. They did not even need to look for one themselves. Countless nobles and wealthy merchants would fight to send the most beautiful women in their families to their door. The purpose was to integrate healthy and excellent bloodlines into the family. Lastly, the goddess of love advocated that there was no need to suppress the desires in one's heart. She advocated to pursue true love and enjoy the happiness that came with sex. It had to be said that her promiscuous teachings were very popular among the young people in the upper class. Every once in a while, a so-called sacred ceremony would be held in the temple. The priests would lead the believers to have unscrupulous sexual intercourse. It was said that when the god of gods did not close the passage to the material world, the goddess of love would occasionally join in and teach the young and handsome men how to please women. Obviously, with the physical fitness of an ordinary person, he was either gifted or a believer of the goddess of love. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have sex with hundreds of women and give birth to more than 30 children in just a dozen years. A smuggler who believed in the goddess of love. Just thinking about it made people feel very interested. Unknowingly, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up, revealing a playful smile. Willie Galt was a little scared. He raised his head carefully and asked, "Sir, do you have any questions?" No, your request is not excessive. How about this? Tomorrow at noon or in the afternoon, bring your children between the ages of 5 and 14 to the Magus Tower. I'll arrange for them to take a test. Those who pass can stay and learn arcane spells. However, you should know that the cost of learning magic is very high. Although you are very rich, you may not be able to support too many apprentices. Andre suggested with a smile. It just so happened that Angus was planning to reform and expand the number of apprentices. It was not a big deal to put 1 or 2 mediocre apprentices in. After all, he was not paying for it. Thank you very much. However, is it really all right for my son and daughter to enter the Mage Tower with such fanfare? Well, Master Gerald Jenkinson. He knew who the real owner of the secret Mage Tower was, so he wasn't sure if he could keep his promise. Andre curled his lips in disdain and replied with a sneer, "Don't worry, Gerald Jenkinson is dead. He was killed by my scheme. Now, I am the master of the Mage Tower. If I say so, then so be it." What? How is that possible? Willie Galt could not believe what he had just heard. He had found it hard to accept the news of Uhtred's death. Now that he knew that the most powerful spellcaster in Valen City had been killed by this young man, he was in a state of shock. After all, in his opinion, whether it was Uhtred or Gerald Jenkinson, they were all powerful people who could release terrifying spells with a wave of their hand. In addition, mages paid special attention to self-defense. How terrifying must one's power be to be able to kill the two of them in such a short time? As someone who had never studied magic systematically, he could not understand the microsecond details of a magic duel. Most of the time, it was not the more powerful or the higher the level of the spell that was the most powerful. Instead, it was the spells that had been precisely calculated and were the most deadly. In the book, The Encyclopedia of Magic Duels, a witness had once calculated that 30% of the mages who participated in duels died from the first-level arcane spell, Magic Missile. Among them, there was no lack of high-ranked mages above the 10th level. The reason was simple. This spell was the fastest and easiest to release, and it had the special attribute of being sure to hit its target. As long as it could break through the opponent's defense, it could kill the enemy in minutes. Therefore, the level of a mage did not mean absolute strength. Only mages who could fully utilize their advantages and integrate their wisdom into battle tactics were truly terrifying opponents. Looking at the merchant's frightened eyes, Andre could not help but feel a wave of sadness for him. He knew that this was a huge difference in perspective. Perhaps in the merchant's understanding, a level 12 mage like Gerald Jenkinson who could cast level 6 spells was already an invincible existence. Little did he know that in the shadows of the world, there was a group of legendary mages who could kill the gods. Power. I still need more power. After silently shouting in his heart, Andre picked up the things he bought at the auction and opened the door of the carriage. Without turning his head, he said, "I don't have to lie to you. Gerald Jenkinson is really dead. His soul has even been extracted and made into a soul crystal. If you don't believe me, you can come to the Mage Tower tomorrow and verify it with your own eyes. I will arrange for an apprentice to wait at the entrance. All right, that's all for today. I still have other things to do. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down from the galloping carriage. At the moment when his feet were about to touch the ground, a strong flame and hot air flow immediately appeared around his body. He really flew into the sky like a cannonball. Without a doubt, this was one of the abilities given by the Prince of Fire Elements, flame flight. Watching Andre disappear into the night sky, Willie Galt quickly came back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and sighed, "Flying? What an enviable ability. It seems that I have made a good choice this time." Chapter 734. Master, who is that man? The coachman turned around and asked in a trembling voice. Willie Galt did not answer the question. He pulled open the window, took out his crossbow, and pulled the trigger without saying a word. As a cautious businessman, he always carried this small weapon for self-defense. He would not take it off even when he was in bed with a woman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 poisoned crossbow bolts pierced through the air and pierced into the weak body. The coachman's eyes widened as he glanced at his chest in disbelief. With a plop, he rolled off the seat and was crushed by the heavy wheels. He was instantly dead. He did not understand why his master wanted to kill him. "Idiot! Do you think I'll let you live after hearing such confidential information?" Willie Galt muttered to himself. He did not even look at the corpse. He went to the coachman's seat and drove the carriage back to his mansion. Although the coachman had been with him for many years and had always been loyal and had never betrayed him, he still decided to kill him just to be on the safe side and prevent any accidents from happening. One must know that participating in a coup was no small matter. If news of this were to leak out with the brutal style of the underground guild, there was basically no chance of survival. Sacrificing a mere coachman was nothing. Even if they wanted him to kill his own son, it would not be a problem. In Orire, a primitive and barbaric world, people generally had a very strange way of thinking. That was, the family's interests were above everything else. They would not even blink an eye if they had to sacrifice their own flesh and blood. Even the person who was sacrificed would feel that it was an honor and would gladly accept it. Of course, those who were selfish were the exception. In the central control room of the underground mage tower, Angus was staring at the image shown in the magic mirror. His head was full of tattoos, and it looked so scary. Of course, it was only on the surface. In fact, he was one of the few people in the mage tower who was willing to set and abide by the rules. Unless he made a mistake, he would not easily torture or punish the apprentices. He would also not use the apprentices for cruel human experiments. Unfortunately, the apprentices didn't know about this. Moreover, judging a book by its cover was a common problem for most ordinary people. Therefore, as long as he was present, the apprentices and odd job workers didn't even dare to breathe loudly, fearing that they would accidentally bring a fatal disaster upon themselves. But at this moment, Angus obviously didn't have the time to care about the psychological activities of the two trembling girls behind him. Without even turning his head, he asked, "How is it? Have you recorded the route just now?" "Yes, master. I've already recorded it. Please take a look." One of the girls, who had short brown hair and a round face, took 2 steps forward and presented a piece of parchment that was covered with dense lines with both hands. "Master, I've also completed my work here. The magic eye has detected a total of 42 arcane spiritual lights. 14 of them are magic traps with damaging properties, while the rest are mostly illusions and alarms." Another oval-faced, slightly charming girl handed over the parchment in her hand. "Very good. Your work ends here. You may leave." Angus took the 2 pieces of parchment and waved his hand lightly. He lowered his head and began to carefully read the content recorded on them. The 2 girls, who were about 15 or 16 years old, didn't dare to disturb him. They quickly bowed and turned to walk towards the door. Just as they were about to push the door open, it was suddenly kicked open from another direction. A young man with an eye patch over his left eye and a wooden expression walked in. He was none other than Andre, who had just returned to the wizard tower. The girls were obviously shocked. They hurriedly moved to the sides and respectfully stood where they were, greeting in a low voice, "Welcome back, Tower Master." Andre nodded. He didn't pay much attention to the frightened acolytes. He went straight to the bald wizard's side and asked with a slightly curious tone, "How is it? Have you figured out who Cecil and the forces behind him are?" Angus pointed at the dim and blurry image in the mirror and replied, "You've guessed correctly. This fellow is a vampire spawn, and the fog that saved him is a pure-blooded vampire. These 2 fellows usually hide in the depths of the underground tombs in the upper city. It's no wonder they haven't shown themselves for so many years." Vampire spawn? Damn it! Could it be that Cecil wasn't checked when he entered the wizard tower? I remember that according to the previous rules, no matter if one is a wizard, an acolyte, or an errand boy, one has to determine their race and ethnicity. Andre frowned and gritted his teeth as he complained. It was important to know that although a vampire spawn wasn't a complete vampire, they were no longer living beings. They were undead through and through, relying on negative energy to survive. For a corpse like this that was walking around, a little probing would immediately tell that something was wrong. Cecil, on the other hand, had openly lived among a group of wizards for so many years. It was simply inconceivable. That's right. Everyone who enters the wizard tower must undergo a check. However, according to the records, Cecil was still a pure-blooded human when he first entered the wizard tower. He didn't have the slightest bit of negative energy. Angus helplessly shrugged as he explained. He didn't expect that the necromancer he had worked with so many times was actually a true undead. Moreover, he was an extremely dangerous vampire spawn. Human? Andre raised his eyebrows in surprise. He squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, "This means he was turned into a vampire after entering the wizard tower as a human? Angus hesitated for a few seconds before replying in an uncertain tone, "It should be. I'm not very sure about this because I hadn't arrived at the Sardinia Islands when Cecil joined the wizard tower. However, the wizard tower's records shouldn't be wrong. First sneaking into the wizard tower as a human, then turning himself into a vampire spawn. Could it be that these undead creatures have designs on the wizard tower?" Andre inferred a hair-raising conclusion from the clues. It was common knowledge that vampires were one of the few undead creatures that could retain their intelligence, memories, and professional ranks. Their lifespans were extremely long, and even elves and giant dragons had to concede defeat to them. If they wanted to seize control of the wizard tower, they could use certain methods to plant a spy in it. With the passage of time, at least 2 generations of human wizards would die in a short 2 to 300 years. On the other hand, the undead could maintain their long lifespans and could even become stronger. When the successor's strength was insufficient, they could immediately start a rebellion and seize the core control of the wizard tower to achieve their own unspeakable goals. Chapter 735. In fact, the undead had too many advantages over the living, especially their near-eternal life. They could use a few hundred years to slowly complete a huge and complicated plan. Many people wouldn't even notice their existence. It was obvious that this vampire who had yet to reveal himself, as well as Cecil, who had been turned into a derivative, had this idea in mind. It had to be said that their method of action was very secretive. They were just a little unlucky. If not for Casimir Kiz, they wouldn't have been discovered by Andre at all. Angus didn't express his opinion. He only handed over the 2 pieces of parchment paper in his hand and said with an ominous glint in his eyes, "I don't know if they have designs on the wizard tower, but the location has been recorded. According to my deduction, it should be in the deepest part of the underground tomb, at least 400 meters above the surface. It won't be easy to sneak in. Traps have been set up in every passage. Countless corpses have been turned into skeletons and ghouls. Moreover, the negative energy is too dense, making it impossible to use teleportation or summon the power of the wizard tower to attack. Also, according to the images sent back by the magical, I found a strange energy circulating at the bottom. Under the observation of Arcane vision, it appeared to be an extremely evil dark red. I personally believe that there is more than one vampire in Cecil's group, but an entire tribe." In the eyes of the bald wizard, since the other party's true identity had been exposed, there was no point in discussing the reason. It was better to focus on how to deal with it. After all, the combination of a vampire and a wizard wasn't easy to deal with, especially in the underground, where many powerful evocation spells couldn't be used. It would be very difficult to completely destroy the other party. An entire tribe? Humph! The corners of Andre's mouth rose slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. So what if it's an entire tribe? From their cautious and secretive way of doing things, it can be seen that they aren't strong at all. Otherwise, why would they resort to such schemes? Perhaps what you say makes sense, but as long as they hide underground, we really don't have any good methods. Sneaking in is definitely impossible. The low-level skeletons and ghouls everywhere will immediately go berserk once they smell the scent of the living. As for attacking, I don't think the Magus Tower can do that with its current power. Angus shook his head in a resigned manner. To be honest, as a 9th-level mage, he was not afraid of clashing head-on with vampires. But unfortunately, fighting on the surface was one thing, and entering the underground, where negative energy was abundant, was another. According to the book, Energy and Life, most life existed in the form of positive energy. The so-called positive energy was like the sun, light, heat, and so on. The healing spells of the divine arts also relied on positive energy to heal wounds. It could be said that as long as a person was surrounded by positive energy, even if they were chopped into pieces, they could be pieced back together in an instant. Since the opposite of positive energy was negative energy, it was somewhat similar to the black holes in the universe. Generally speaking, when a life form died, it would more or less have an impact on the world it was in. This impact would be magnified several times, or even dozens of times, depending on the strength of the consciousness before death. Some of the souls with strong feelings, such as hatred, regret, and anger, might resonate with the plane of negative energy and form a terrifying vortex deep inside their souls. This vortex would constantly absorb the surrounding light and heat, and at the same time produce an extremely strong desire. It could only be slightly alleviated through killing. Therefore, wherever undead creatures appeared, it would often become very cold, especially low-level undead creatures. As soon as they saw living beings, they would rush up and bite them like crazy. There was no reason to speak of at all. The root cause of this was the void formed in their souls. To sum up, an undead creature, even if it was an undead like a vampire, was nothing to a spellcaster. But if they were gathered together, the void in their souls would form a terrifying chain effect. The land would become barren, the plants would wither and distort, and living beings would start to burn their vitality if they stayed in the area for too long, eventually leading to aging and death. It should be known that even priests and paladins who had mastered the means to disperse undead creatures on a large scale would not easily go near areas where negative energy gathered. This was because in these places, the power of the undead would be strengthened. They would have greater strength, faster speed, and higher intelligence. Most importantly, the negative energy scattered in the air, soil, and water could heal undead creatures. No matter how serious the injuries, as long as they were not destroyed on the spot, they would be able to recover to their original state after a period of rest. Just think about it. If one went through untold hardships to clear out an expanse of tombs occupied by undead creatures, and one was completely exhausted, when one intended to turn around and return to the surface, one suddenly noticed that one's path of retreat had actually been blocked off. What sort of despair and pain would that be? Angus did not want to experience such a scene at all. Moreover, as a cursed mage, he had long since rejected the most destructive evocation spells. He was seriously lacking in arcane spells of mass destruction. Seeing the bald mage's cautious gaze, Andre laughed nonchalantly. "Ha! Who told you that we can't do this with our strength? You seem to have forgotten where the power of a mage comes from. It's not gorgeous and terrifying spells, nor is it a mountain of wealth. It's wisdom, a smart brain. We can totally summon some cheap cannon fodder through the summoning of the Mage Tower and clear out the entire underground tomb. After all, to the undead, the most terrifying things are sunlight and fire. I think it shouldn't be too difficult to open a large teleportation gate to the fire elemental plane, right? Open a teleportation gate to the fire elemental plane? You're crazy." Angus opened his eyes wide, completely unable to believe that these words came out of the mouth of a mage. As everyone knew, fire elementals had always been known for being passionate, irritable, and difficult to control. Apart from a few great druids who could get along well with the elements, even mages could not control too much at once. If a teleportation gate to the fire elemental plane was opened, the most likely outcome would be the irritable fire elementals rushing out from within. They would first roast the summoner into charcoal, and then recklessly burn everything that could be burned. In just a few hours, a city and its residents would be completely turned into ashes. Don't think that this is a joke. Similar things have happened many times in the Oleal continent, and there are more than 30 recorded cases. Chapter 736. Ha 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 ha. Crazy? No, I'm not crazy. Andre laughed and shook his head. You don't understand. Maybe for an ordinary mage, controlling a large amount of violent fire elements is a very difficult thing, but for me, it's as simple as eating and drinking. After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and turned it into the form of fire elements. In the blink of an eye, his fair skin turned black and cracked like boiling lava. Bright flames spurted out from the cracks, and the high temperature caused a large amount of air to rise in the surrounding air. Even though he was several meters away, he could still feel the heat wave hitting his face. As an intermediate teacher from the Magic Kingdom, Gorls, Angus was not a country mage who had not seen the world. He immediately recognized the unique form of the descendant of fire elements. His eyes widened in surprise, and he asked in an incredulous tone, You have the bloodline of fire elements." "That's right. Not only do I have the bloodline of fire elements, but I also have a special surname, Blanchflower. I believe you should know what it means." Andre's lips curled up slightly, and he replied meaningfully. In fact, ever since he obtained the recognition of Isoldezer, he had been thinking about finding an appropriate time to announce it to the public. This would deter the enemies hiding in the dark, and at the same time make those powerful organizations or individuals afraid. After all, this Prince of Fire Elements was keen on spreading his fame in the material world through destruction, burning, and other means. Therefore, many kingdoms and organizations avoided him like a snake or scorpion for fear of accidentally causing a terrible disaster. Coupled with the glorious achievements of the Flaming Duke of the past generations, anyone who wanted to scheme against him had to think carefully about the consequences. With the awakening of the Arcane, Andre had a premonition that a huge and dangerous storm was rapidly forming, and he was right in the eye of the storm. The slightest carelessness would cause him to be smashed into pieces. Whether it was the Lich that represented the remnants of the ancient magic civilization, or the gods that destroyed the magic civilization in the ancient stories, they were not something he could deal with his current strength. Therefore, it was necessary to find a backer for himself. As the successor of the Flaming Duke, what reason did he have not to hug the thick and strong thigh of Isoldezer? Blanchflower, the fire elemental family that disappeared in the river of history. Shock and fear flashed through Angus's eyes in a split second, and his 2 feet uncontrollably took a few steps back. He could not be blamed for making a fuss. In the stories of the bards, the Duke of Raging Flame had long been a monster comparable to the evil giant dragon. He could easily burn an entire city to ashes, especially the terrifying dark blue flames in the legends. Ordinary defensive fire spells would not be able to protect him at all. Gently stirring the flames on his arm, Andre nodded nonchalantly. "That's right. To be exact, the full name should be the Blanchflower family blessed by the flames, and I happen to be the 20th Flaming Duke. Now, do you still think I'm crazy?" "So, you've mastered that terrifying blue flame?" Angus subconsciously swallowed, his voice trembling slightly. "Yes, in fact, I used it when I was fighting with Isidore. You happened to be unconscious at that time, so you didn't see it." Saying this, Andre shook his wrist, and the originally orange-red flame instantly turned dark blue. The energy contained within it made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. This was because this was not any kind of chemical reaction or physical phenomenon that was known on Earth. It was an aggregation of some unknown high-energy particles. Although its temperature was not as high as the instantaneous temperature produced by nuclear fusion, it still reached a terrifying temperature of more than 5,000 degrees Celsius. What was even more frightening was that it did not require air or fuel in the process of burning. Even in water, vacuum, and other environments, it could still continue to burn the target. The only nutrient it needed to consume was anger, since recovering his power as a mage. Andre had done many tests on the blue flame, and found that with his current spellcasting level, he could not decipher its mysteries at all. Of course, if there were some advanced equipment on Earth, such as electron microscopes, spectroscopy instruments, particle collisions, and so on, he would not mind using scientific methods to try. Unfortunately, if he wanted to create these things in Oriar, the difficulty was absolutely no less than using the power of a level 9 mage to kill a god. Staring at the dancing blue flame, Angus was so excited that he could not control himself. Several times, he wanted to reach out his left hand to feel the scorching heat, but before he could touch it, his skin began to tingle. After trying more than 10 times, he regretfully withdrew his left hand and bowed deeply with a very respectful attitude. "I'm very sorry, Your Excellency, please forgive my offense just now." Perhaps for ordinary mages, controlling a large group of fire elementals may be difficult, but for you, it's as easy as eating and drinking. According to the records in the books, every direct member of the Flaming Duke who has awakened the talent has the ability to make low-level fire elementals obey absolutely. And as Isidore's chosen in the material world, the Flaming Duke can even control the Prince of Fire Elementals. Please rest assured, I'll arrange for people to start building a portal to the fire elemental plane. I believe that with your power, even if there are 100 vampires in the catacombs, it won't be of any help. Andre was very satisfied with the reverence and fanaticism in the bald mage's eyes at this moment. He smiled and said, "Very good, I accept your apology. Now go and arrange for people. I want to see the portal erected at the entrance of the catacombs within 3 days. Remember, keep an eye on them for 24 hours. As soon as you find any signs of them appearing, immediately use spells to beat them back." "Understood. Perhaps I don't have a good way to fight them underground, but if they dare to come to the surface, I'll definitely teach them a lesson that will leave a deep impression." After saying that, a hideous smile appeared on Angus's head, which was covered with magic tattoos. In his view, with Andre, the Flaming Duke, in charge, a few vampires would not be able to do anything at all. Not to mention vampires. Even if the Lich, who stood at the top of the pyramid of the undead, came, he would not necessarily be able to gain any advantage. After all, according to the records in the books, except for a few super methods, such as Divine Shield and Legendary Protective Magic, there was no normal way to defend against this blue flame that was nourished by anger. The only outcome was to burn one's soul to ashes. Chapter 737. Oriar was a world where power reigned supreme. In this world, as long as one displayed great power, one would naturally gain many admirers and followers. Some of them agreed with the idea of the strong, some simply worshipped the strong, and some desired to rely on the strong to obtain money, wealth status, and protection. In the long river of history, many founders of countries, organizations, and families relied on constantly showing their strong side to attract talents to join them. Then they slowly developed and achieved great things. Without a doubt, Angus now had a similar inclination because as a mage who pursued the truth, he could not resist the temptation of the flame of wrath and could not wait to start studying the secrets hidden in it. Andre once studied psychology for a period of time out of interest, so he easily noticed the change in Angus. However, in order to firmly grasp the initiative, he did not show any excitement. He only calmly ordered, "All right, go and prepare. You can use the materials in the warehouse. Also, tomorrow morning, send an apprentice to the teleportation point outside the Mage Tower to receive the visitors." "Understood. I will arrange everything." Angus was very tactful. He did not ask who the visitors were and what their purpose was. He was very clear that in order to win a person's trust, the first thing he had to do was to keep his mouth shut and do things properly. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, he would never be able to become a true confidant. Watching the bald mage leave the central control room, Andre's face quickly showed an unconcealable excitement. He muttered to himself, "Interesting. The way the people in this world think is really interesting." Is it the legacy of primitive worship, or is it the result of the interference of the gods? No wonder after tens of thousands of years of development, it is still the backward Middle Ages. Oh no, the southern coast is almost at the level of the first Renaissance, but there is no progress in the development of productivity. What a perfect balance. Good and evil, order and chaos, productivity and production relations. It seems that all the contradictions are fixed in some kind of framework. Even the thoughts of most people are like this. Obviously, from the perspective of the 21st century on Earth, everything in Oriar was full of strangeness. It was hard to imagine that in the thousands of years after the human entered the feudal society, there was almost no real class conflict on this land. Whether it was the theocracy, the royalty, or the civilians and slaves who were cruelly exploited at the bottom, they all seemed to be acting according to fixed rules. They minded their own business. There had never been a case where the churches of the gods had seized the right to rule the world, nor had any kingdom eradicated the belief of the gods. Even when the ancient magic civilization was at its most prosperous, the priests could still preach everywhere, although the mages at that time did not care at all. As for the civilians and slaves, even if they starved to death, they never rose up and overthrew the existing ruling class like in the history of Earth. At most, they would snatch some food when they lost their minds and create one or two terrifying riots. Then, it wouldn't be long before the nobles could take back the ruling power without shedding a drop of blood. Balance. A perfect balance. As his horizons broadened and he learned more about the world, Andre could feel the omnipresent balance and restrictions. But unfortunately, with his current strength, he was unable to uncover the hidden truth behind it. After letting his thoughts wander for a few minutes, Andre helplessly shook his head and walked straight to the workbench. He began to copy the spells that he had not used today into scrolls and stored them away. Then he stood in front of the mirror and observed the changes in his left eye. After confirming that there was no danger for the time being, he took off his coat and laid down on the bed to silently organize the books stored in his head. It had to be said that this was a spellcasters' organization that had split from the Magic Association of Lincoln City, although they did not cultivate a powerful mage like President Boris. Their knowledge reserves were quite comprehensive. There were even a few lost magic techniques. If he brought them back to the association, he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. Just as Andre was unable to extricate himself from the sea of knowledge far away at the bottom of the catacombs in the uptown area, a fierce quarrel was in progress. Explain. I need an explanation. A pale man dressed in black roared in a low voice, gnashing his teeth. He was obviously enraged. His scarlet eyes released two rays of cold light that were as sharp as knives. Cecil, who was standing in front of him, was not frightened at all. He sneered and retorted, "Explanation? Huh, what do I have to explain? Your infiltration plan was obviously full of loopholes. It's not like you didn't hear what I said just now. Gerald Jenkinson had discovered the loopholes from the very beginning. I haven't even started to scold him, and you actually want to accuse him first? No, there was no problem with my plan. It was you. It must have been your inferior performance that aroused his suspicion." The man seemed to be enraged, waving his fists as he roared loudly. He, my performance was inferior? Your laughable plan was the real inferior one. From the very beginning, I had warned you not to turn me into a vampire too early, but you didn't listen. In order to better control the situation, you actually turned me into a vampire after joining the Magic Tower for less than 3 months. If this isn't an idiot, then what is? After becoming an undead, I can't eat human food, I can't go near areas that are rich in positive energy, and I can't be exposed to sunlight. Think about it. A person who never eats in public, never receives treatment, and never enters or exits the Magic Tower during the day. How could it not arouse suspicion? Gerald Jenkinson is not an ordinary mage. He is one of the most cautious and observant people I have ever met. Instead of trying to shirk responsibility, why don't you use your shit-filled brain to think of a solution? After saying this, a mocking sneer appeared on Cecil's face. The pale-faced man was choked by a series of reasonable rebuttals, unable to say a word for a long time. In the end, he clenched his fists in anger and threatened loudly, "Good, very good. You can save these words for the leader when he comes back. Let's see if he will believe you or me." Cecil shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "Whatever. Anyway, the leader is a smart person. He will understand who is more trustworthy between the two of us. Also, let me kindly remind you, don't go out for a period of time. Otherwise, you will immediately be attacked by the magic tower. With your current recovery ability, you will be burnt to a crisp in an instant." Chapter 738. After the intense argument, the two of them quickly fell into silence. As they were both undead creatures, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The entire spacious tomb was deathly silent. The dense negative energy ensured that even the most resilient cockroaches and rats would not be able to survive in this area. However, this deathly silence did not last for long. It was quickly broken by a white, translucent fog. The fog followed the underground river and quickly passed through the narrow cave. It entered the main hall at the bottom of the tomb and transformed into the shape of a person, following which it slowly solidified into a solid body. He looked to be about 15 years old. He had a head of long black hair, and the skin on his face and neck was pale. His facial features were handsome and gentle, and two sharp fangs were slightly exposed. He was not even 1.5 meters tall, and looked extremely short and weak. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, it was this weak and small boy that gave Cecil a fright. He hurriedly knelt down on one knee and greeted, "Eternal moonlight, I am the 13th successor of the noble Champney family, the great Gillis Champney. Your humble servant awaits your orders." "Your servant, Bobby, awaits your orders as well." The other man followed suit and knelt down, lowering his head to show his most respectful side. The boy called Gillis Champney glanced at the two of them with an icy gaze. He suddenly extended his slender right hand and grabbed Cecil by the neck, forcibly lifting him into the air. His arm, which was only a third the thickness of a normal adult male, seemed to contain the strength of a giant. He easily lifted a body of over 70 kilograms above his head, and there were no signs of his muscles tightening. There was no doubt that under the deceptive appearance of this boy, there was a complete monster. His white fingers tightened around Cecil's neck, leaving a purple handprint on his neck. Just as Cecil's neck was about to be broken, a terrifying force threw him out, causing him to crash into the stone wall behind him with a loud bang. Pooh! The violent impact had broken more than half of the bones in Cecil's body. His internal organs were severely injured, and blood spurted out from his nose, mouth, and ears. If it wasn't for his vampire spawn's cockroach-like recovery ability, he would probably be dead by now. Gills took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands as he stared at the man's face that was twisted in pain. He said in an aria tone, "I warned you that this mission cannot fail. It's not only related to the expansion of the organization, but it's also related to whether my position in the family can rise. But you let me down, very, very disappointed. When I came back, I found that the entire underground tomb was being monitored by magical forces everywhere. I'll give you 1 minute to explain. If you can't come up with a convincing reason, your status will be demoted from servant to slave, and the lowest of blood slaves." Seeing that his opponent was down on his luck, a trace of smugness flashed across the eyes of the man who called himself Bobby. He immediately added insult to injury. "Master, this guy was a complete piece of trash. Gerald Jenkinson has already seen through his disguise. If you don't want the entire plan to be exposed, the best way is to suck every last drop of blood from his body. And then, before he could finish his words, Giles turned around and kicked him, sending him flying into another wall. He then reprimanded him in a cold voice. "Shut up. I hate it when people interrupt me. This is only a warning. If there's a next time, I'll chop off all your limbs and marinate you in a jar." Chop off all my limbs and marinate me in a jar? Hearing such a terrifying threat, Bobby immediately endured the pain and shut his mouth. He even forcefully swallowed back the blood he spat out. He was well aware of how cruel his master was, and how he always did what he said. Seeing that his opponent was down on his luck, an undetectable sneer flashed across Cecil's face. He then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and explained in a low voice, "There's a problem with the plan, my honorable master. According to the original plan, I was supposed to hide in the Wizard Tower as a human and silently wait for Gerald Jenkinson to die. Then, when the next successor takes over the Wizard Tower, I would find a chance to kill him and find a way to seize control from the inside. But Bobby, for his own selfish reasons, forcefully used your blood to turn me into a vampire within 3.5 months of me infiltrating the Wizard Tower. Think about it. How could a dead person who can't eat and can't see the light of day not give himself away?" "You mean Bobby should take full responsibility for this?" The evil red light in Gil's eyes exploded, his entire being releasing a bloody, murderous, and tyrannical aura. "That's right, my honorable master. Bobby is the source of my identity being exposed. If I hadn't been captured and caused the entire plan to fail, he wouldn't even have saved me today." Cecil wasn't a saint who repaid evil with kindness. Thus, he used his wisdom and eloquence to successfully target Bobby, who had tried to kill him, mercilessly killing him. One had to know that most of the time, it wasn't only swords and magic that could kill. Words were a dagger that could stab into the heart. Those who were adept at such things were often able to exploit the weaknesses of human nature and launch fatal attacks. Bobby obviously noticed this point. He couldn't care less about his previous warning and immediately crawled up from the ground to defend himself. "No, master, I'm doing this for you. After all, he's a wizard. Only by turning into a vampire can I guarantee his absolute loyalty." Unfortunately, not only did his defense not have any effect, it instead aroused the anger in Gil's heart. This vampire noble, who looked to be only 15 years old, leapt up with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. His fingernails, which were comparable to magical weapons, pierced into Bobby's heart and turned him into minced meat. Ruthless, decisive, not caring about old friendships, Gil's Chandra had used his actions to prove that those in power were a bunch of demons who ate people without spitting out their bones. Staring with disbelief, Bobby slowly leaned back and finally fell to the ground with a plop. His eyes had completely lost focus, and there was no need to ask to know that he wouldn't be able to stand up again. To vampires, the heart was their most important organ. Perhaps they could rely on their powerful regenerative abilities to quickly heal after being stabbed by ordinary swords. However, if they were reduced to minced meat like this, there was no way they could come back to life, unless another vampire was willing to use half of their blood to reconstruct their heart. Chapter 739. Cecil felt a chill run down his spine as he stared at Bobby, who was twitching and struggling on the ground. Although his goal was to kill the other party, after seeing Gills kill his neutral servant without hesitation, a desolate emotion suddenly surged in his heart. Perhaps it was because he could empathize with Bobby, or perhaps he was worried for his future. In any case, Cecil quickly adjusted his state of mind, disguising himself from head to toe. He didn't dare reveal the slightest bit of emotion, afraid that he would follow in Bobby's footsteps. Useless trash. Gillis licked the blood off his fingers, not even looking at the corpse as he turned to look at the necromancer. Tell me, do you think we still have a chance of seizing the wizard tower hidden under the city? Cecil pretended to think for a few seconds before replying cautiously, Yes, I think we still have a chance. Oh, Gillis raised his eyebrows in surprise, 2 rays of light shooting out from his scarlet eyes. Speak, I'm listening. What new plans do you have? No, Master, it's not that I have a plan, but that someone in Valen City invited me to join their plan. It's a grand plan. That's enough to consign this city to eternal damnation. As he spoke, Cecil fished out a parchment filled with strange symbols from his bosom. Without a doubt, this was not the common language on the surface that was commonly used in human society. Instead, it was the purgatory language that came from the devils. Every single word was emitting a strong, evil aura. It was said that ordinary people who did not have a strong will would immediately be affected just by looking at it, slowly becoming evil, tyrannical, and cruel. But for vampires who were equally evil, they were not affected at all. Gills just cast a level 0 reading spell and quickly figured out the content recorded on it. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Too interesting. Someone actually wants to summon the projection of a greater devil in this city. How could we miss out on such an interesting event? You mean we accept the invitation? Cecil asked uncertainly. Of course. Why not? According to the strict hierarchy of devils, greater devils with noble titles were usually pit fiends at the top of the pyramid. They were legendary creatures, and if they appeared in a material plane, even if it was just a projection, it was enough to cause a terrible disaster. Weren't we worried about the surveillance of the Mage Tower? As long as the summoning succeeds, the Magus Tower will have to expend the energy that it has accumulated to resist the summoning. Meanwhile, we can seize control of the Magus Tower in one fell swoop. As an evil and chaotic high-level vampire, Gills didn't care if this would cause a large number of deaths of ordinary people, nor did he care if a powerful supernatural force would raise the entire city to the ground. He only wanted one thing, and that was the Mage Tower hidden underground. For this, he would not hesitate to destroy the entire Sardinia. Tremble. Fear. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. If not for the fact that he'd already become one of the undead, Cecil was sure that he'd be sweating profusely right now. He didn't even dare to imagine how crazy it would take to summon a pit fiend in the material plane. This was the pinnacle of the devil's path of evolution. They were like great nobles in the material plane. If they didn't control a city, they would become the commanders of military fortresses. They were savage, ruthless, cunning, and crafty. The most outstanding of them could even turn a kingdom that worshipped order and kindness into a hotbed of militarism in a short few hundred years. Aside from their outstanding brains, the pit fiends had terrifying battle prowess. Just the red scales covering their bodies made them immune to magic weapons below +2. Ordinary weapons would be melted into molten iron before they could even get close to their bodies. In other words, no matter how many ordinary human armies there were, they wouldn't be able to cause any harm to them. Their bodies would automatically emit a terrifying aura that would cause one to tremble in fear. Even a rank 5 warrior wouldn't be able to guarantee that their will wouldn't crumble in the next second. In fact, Cecil had given up on the idea of working with the underground guild after he'd found out their intentions. He'd never thought that his temperamental master would be crazy enough to make use of them. After some hesitation, he took a deep breath and cautiously reminded, Master, according to the information I obtained from Gerald Jenkinson, the one who planned this summoning is Casimir Kiz. He's always been crafty, and I'm not sure if this is a trap. A trap? Humph. So what if it's a trap? We won't lose anything anyway. I'll deal with this personally. You just stay in the tomb and continue reviving the corpses. To ensure that no accidents happen, we need a lot of cannon fodder. Remember, don't go out for a while. I'll send a few more people to help tomorrow." Having said that, Gillis turned into a cloud of white mist and silently left the tomb along the underground river. He couldn't wait to meet with Casimir Kiz and discuss the details of their cooperation. After all, the sooner he got the Wizard Tower, the sooner he could develop and strengthen in this place where the churches of various gods couldn't reach. He could establish his own power and let the elders of the family see his ability. Although the vampire nobles didn't have the drama of fighting and scheming for the right of inheritance like the human nobles, the cruelty hidden behind it wasn't bad at all. Especially for those direct descendants who didn't show enough value, the best outcome was to become a plaything in the hands of others. Gillis didn't want to become someone's plaything at all, so he never enjoyed the stimulation of blood, sex, and various narcotics like his own kind. Instead, he was very keen on chasing after power and authority. In a short span of 70 years, he evolved from a newborn vampire to a high-level vampire, and even mastered the power of magic. The entire underground tomb of the upper city, thousands of skeletons, zombies, and ghouls were all part of a huge plan. However, Gillis obviously didn't know that Andre had already started to build an interplanar teleportation gate, intending to summon groups of fire elementals and completely wipe out the undead in the tomb. Of course, Andre also didn't know that the vampires already had plans to join forces with the devils. It could be said that after a series of exchanges, both sides had once again returned to the starting line. Chapter 740. For some reason, people had always associated the night with many terrifying things, such as crimes and schemes. It was as if all the evil forces hiding in the darkness would come out and launch terrifying attacks after the sun was gone. Of course, with the current chaotic state of Valen City, not many people dared to go out even during the day. Once night fell, the streets and alleys were filled with desperate battles, miserable screams, and anguished wails. It could be said that at least 300 people had died in the short span of a day after the Rat Men had expanded their battlefront to cover the entire lower city. The number of injured was 3 times that of the former. According to the medical standards of this world and the scorching heat, no more than half of the people would survive. One had to know that Valen City only had 20 to 30,000 ordinary citizens, and no more than 50,000 even if the slaves were included. 3% of the population had disappeared in 20 hours. It was estimated that at least a third to a half of the population would die by the time the turmoil ended, and the rest would probably be subjected to a great purge. In other words, the terrifying underground war would devour almost 10,000 lives, and there would be no lack of innocent civilians among them. If one were to stand in the sky above the city and look down at the night scene with spirit vision, they would immediately discover that weeping souls could be seen all over the streets and alleys. Some of them had died in fights between gangs, some of them had died of hunger, and some had died of disease. Thousands of souls were unable to go to the world of the dead due to the restraints of some powerful force, and could only wander helplessly in the material world. Pain and despair were enveloping Valen City at a terrifying speed. Even those who couldn't see souls could feel that the surrounding air would occasionally produce strange illusions. Perhaps if this state was maintained for a dozen or so years, all the souls would slowly turn into specters, and Valen City would become the ghost town described in Bard stories. In a secret building belonging to the Underground Guild, Casimir Kiz was personally presiding over a sacrificial ceremony. Thousands of lit candles were arranged in a circle, and within the circle was an inverted triangle. Hundreds of panicked and helpless souls were forcefully imprisoned in the center, unable to move at all. As he chanted a low and evil incantation, the flames at the top of the candles suddenly began to flicker. Following that, the ground slowly split open, and dark red lava surged out. The pitiful souls were instantly squeezed into a translucent silver liquid and slowly disappeared from this world. The lava seemed to have a life of its own, as it quickly formed a monster over 5 meters tall with huge bat wings. It first looked around, then stared with its 2 yellow eyes and shouted, "Casimir, why did you summon me?" Casimir did not dare to be negligent. He immediately knelt on one knee and raised both his hands as he replied, fervently, "The great Count of Hell, the ruler of the war fortress, Kembel, the ruler of lies and conspiracies, the great devil born from the flames, Nimuku, your servant needs help, needs the guidance of your supreme wisdom." "Help! Are you in trouble?" The magma monster frowned, its tone full of impatience. "Yes, master. I met the half-elf mage who summoned you on the Transcendence 30 years ago. He forced me to participate in a dangerous game, and the strength of the opponent was beyond my imagination. Left with no other choice, I can only beg for your benevolent help." Casimir did not dare to hide anything and honestly recounted his current predicament. Ever since the lustful demons had brought back Andre's battle information, he had completely given up on the idea of clashing head-on with him. In particular, the blue flames that fed on rage made one want to stay as far away from them as possible. "You're talking about Orlando Watts." Count Namuka's expression changed slightly, his eyes emitting a frightening cold light. As a great devil with a high status, he would never forget the experience of being teased and humiliated by a mortal 30 years ago. Although that mortal was a great wizard who had grasped a rank 9 arcane spell, the seed of hatred could not help but take root and germinate in the depths of his heart. After returning to Bator, he quickly found out the identity of the other party through the massive intelligence network of the devils in the material plane. He swore to himself that he would definitely get back at him if he had the chance. Casimir nodded solemnly. "That's right. It's him. This terrifying wizard seems to be plotting something, and at the same time, he forced an enemy on me." Count Namuku smiled noncommittally and said in a playful tone, "Since it's Orlando Watts, then you're definitely not his match. Asking for my help was a very wise decision. Not bad. To be exact, not bad at all. Looks like these years of training have made you grow a lot, and you're no longer as reckless as before. Tell me, who's the opponent that's giving you a headache?" With that half-elf wizard's intelligence, he definitely wouldn't do something meaningless. "Even though Camber Stronghold is being besieged by the demon army, I can still spare some time and energy to participate in this interesting little game and see what Orlando wants to do." "Master, my opponent is a young wizard. He seems to have a special bloodline and can release strange dark blue flames. He can also recover from his injuries in the flames. Although we haven't clashed head-on so far, judging from the results of his battles with the other 2 wizards, my chances of winning are basically 0. After all, I'm facing an enemy who's calm, intelligent, observant, and analytical, and who won't die as long as there's fire. Anyone would find it troublesome, and I'm no exception. Unless we're fighting in a place where there's no fire, even if I manage to injure him severely, it'll be useless." Casimir did not hide his fear of Andre and openly admitted his inadequacies. In his eyes, it was best to never engage in a head-on battle with such a person. Instead, he would try his best to hide in the dark and stir up the situation, using the strength of others to achieve his goals. It had to be said that Casimir's choice was very wise. It was unknown if it was because of the influence of the devil, but he was getting better at controlling the situation, using various contradictions to stir up hatred and opposition. Most of the time, he didn't need to do anything personally. He only needed to say a few words on a specific occasion or reveal some information, and the enemy would quickly start killing each other. In fact, the underground guild was bewitched by him and took the initiative to propose an alliance. They didn't hesitate to spend a lot of manpower, material, and financial resources to help set up binding arrays in every corner of the city so that all the dead souls couldn't leave. It was with the help of the power of these souls that he was able to tear open a crack in the orb of hell and contact his master. Chapter 741. Looking at the cautiousness in his subordinate's eyes, the corners of Count Namuku's mouth curled up slightly, and a strange expression appeared on his face. After a full minute, he muttered to himself, "Blue flames? Able to recover from injuries in the blazing flames? That sounds familiar. Could it be that the crazy prince of the fire elemental plane is starting to spread his name in the material plane again? The four elemental planes of earth, water, fire, and wind had always been absolutely neutral, rarely participating in the battle between good and evil, order and chaos. However, as a unique species, Aesop Dessel was famous throughout the multiverse. Especially a few hundred years ago, before the Oleo continent was sealed off by the gods, there would always be news of Aesop's chosen destroying a certain town. Even the demon lords of hell did not dare to provoke Aesop Dessel for fear of incurring the wrath of Aesop. It should be known that the devils were not crazy demons, and they would never take the initiative to provoke powerful enemies. Just the endless army of demons was enough to give them a headache. So how would they have the mood to provoke the most powerful and temperamental lord of the fire elemental plane? The devils had a complete hierarchy and administrative system. Every devil, regardless of whether they were low-level or high-level, was like a tightly connected component, forming a huge and terrifying war machine responsible for launching fierce attacks on the enemy. They pursued complete militarism, a bureaucratic system, and dark politics full of intrigue. If someone suddenly had the idea of jumping out of the rules, then they would immediately be met with the merciless punishment of the law. That's right, it was the law. As the symbol of the ultimate order of the multiverse, the devils had created the most complex and comprehensive legal system in the multiverse. Even the god of justice and law, who claimed to have created the endless code, would pale in comparison to them. The famous Hell's Justice Department was the only powerful organization that had the ability to enforce the law across countless planes. Anyone who had violated the devil's contract and law had never been able to escape punishment, even if the other party was a true god. "Master, do you know the origin of that young man?" Casimir raised his head slightly, softly probing. "Ha ha ha ha. Of course I know. You're right, this time the trouble is really not small. As a southerner, I'm sure you've heard of the Flaming Duke, right?" Count Namuku asked meaningfully as he considered the gains and losses. To be honest, he didn't want to go against Aesop's chosen at all, but he was a little reluctant to part with the Sardinia Islands, a fixed source of souls. After all, souls were the currency with the strongest purchasing power in the lower planes. They were not only wealth, but also the embodiment of power and authority. All souls that fell into hell would first be sent to the interrogation room. Under the pressure of the lustful demons, their emotions and memories when they were alive would all be converted into energy and distributed to every devil according to their status so that they could maintain a certain form of consumption. Secondly, the souls that had been squeezed until they had nothing left would be thrown into the hatchery and slowly hatched into the lowest level of soul larvae. Some of them would become delicacies on the devil's dining table, while some would luckily obtain enough power to evolve into the lowest level of devil, lesser demons. At the same time, they would also become the largest number of cannon fodder in the devil army. This also meant that whoever had more souls would have more subordinates. At the same time, they would also receive the recognition of their superiors and obtain a higher status and authority. Count Namuku was a great devil with a noble title, and his territory was at the forefront of the endless blood war. Just the number of souls he consumed every day was an astronomical figure. Although there were still many reinforcements from the other lords, these soldiers did not belong to him. When the phase of the battle was over, they would still have to return to the place where they came from. Therefore, he always wanted to obtain more souls. Casimir had been a devil's agent for 30 years and was very clear on the thoughts of this terrifying master in front of him. However, after hearing the words Flaming Duke, he was so frightened that he instantly shivered. Lie? Flaming Duke? How is that possible? The Flaming Duke has already disappeared for several hundred years, and even the illustrious Branchflower family has already disappeared into the long river of history. Why would he appear in such a remote place like Valen City? Humph! Ignorant! The Branchflower family may have disappeared, but the bloodline of the fire elemental prince, Isoldezer, is still hidden in the bodies of their descendants. As long as certain conditions are met, it will immediately awaken and become the new Flaming Duke. Otherwise, do you think that a mere few dozen descendants of fire elementals can make countless forces fear and dread them? The most frightening thing about the Flaming Duke is not his tyrannical strength, nor is it that he is hard to kill, but rather that he can continuously pass on his bloodline. In the past, there was once an arrogant demon lord who killed the Flaming Duke. But do you know what his final outcome was? The territory he ruled was completely destroyed by his successor, and millions of fire elementals poured into the abyss. In less than 3 years, all living things on that level were burned to ashes, leaving only scorched black earth. Count Nemuka sneered as he recounted the glorious achievements of the Flaming Duke in ancient times. His 2 eyes kept flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. Hearing this, the corners of Casimir's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Master, is he really so terrifying? Don't we have to move immediately? Or else—" Before he could finish his words, Count Nemuku waved his hand and interrupted him. "No! Since our old friend Orlando Watts is paying attention to the new Flaming Duke, how can I not join in? Don't worry, from your description, the other party has not fully developed his power yet, so as long as we do it properly, we can capture him and bring him back to hell. If we can persuade him to become my ally, he. At the end of his speech, he couldn't help but let out a chilling laugh. Understood. Please rest assured. I will immediately start preparing for the summoning ceremony to ensure that your projection can completely descend. As an agent, Casimir knew better than anyone what the so-called persuasion meant. It should be known that the lies and eloquence of the devils were well known throughout the multiverse. Even the pure and kind divine servants of the heavens would be tempted and fall if they were not careful. Persuading a mortal would not be difficult. Chapter 742. Count Nemuka left just like how he came, so quietly, apart from the extinguished candles on the ground, there was not a single trace left behind. It was as if the magma and souls from before were illusions that had never truly existed. Phew! Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, Casimir finally heaved a sigh of relief and gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. It couldn't be helped. No one would feel relaxed when conversing with a great devil with the title of nobility, especially when he had to hide the fact that he had lost the orb of hell. Thus, even though they had only talked for less than 10 minutes, he felt mentally and physically exhausted. Suddenly, the tightly shut door creaked, and a beautiful figure entered. Her eyes were like the stars in the night sky, bright and enchanting. It was the lustful demon who had been waiting outside all this time. This beautiful creature walked forward with light and graceful steps, smiling as she asked, "How is it? Does the great Count Nemuku agree to our plan?" Casimir glanced at her warily, then nodded and replied, "Yes, Master believes that we should join this dangerous game and not choose to run away. Now, I want to know how the Underground Guild is doing. When can they provide a rank 5 wizard? Also, we have to hurry and find that little thief Portia. Without the orb of hell, we can't truly open the planar passage, let alone allow Master's projection to descend. It was clear that although the two belonged to the infernal faction, and even had a very close cooperative relationship, they were wary of each other and didn't trust each other at all. The lustful demon shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't worry, the underground guild has already sent out an invitation. I believe that someone will take the initiative to contact us soon." Just as she finished speaking, a ball of white mist entered through the crack in the door, quickly turning into a solid body. It was Giles Chandra, who had appeared in the underground tomb not long ago. He first sized up the other two people in the room through the dark vision unique to vampires, then placed a hand on his chest and bowed elegantly. "I'm very happy to meet you on such a beautiful night. Let me introduce myself. I'm Giles Chandra, and I'm here to discuss the details of our cooperation." Vampire? The lustful demon immediately saw through the other party's identity and asked with narrowed eyes. After all, as long as one was not a fool, one would be able to sense the negative energy in the air. Not long after Gills entered the room, the temperature dropped by at least 2 to 3 degrees. Even ordinary people could more or less perceive it. For a mid-level devil, if he couldn't even do this, he would have long been eliminated in the cruel promotion process. Hee, that's right. As you can see, I'm a vampire, and I'm from the noble Zempni family. We might not be famous in the South for now, but in the North, almost everyone knows about the legend of our family, especially the intelligence organization, Clown's Mask. As long as you pay, you can buy all the information you want. After saying that, a trace of pride appeared on Gil's face, as if he was proud of his family's huge power. Of course, he had enough reason to be proud. Clown's Mask could be said to be a household name in the northern kingdoms. From the king to the gang members, they were all loyal customers. Even the goddess of dawn, who hated undead creatures the most, did not dare to act rashly. Relying on the wealth obtained from selling intelligence, the Zempni family spent hundreds of years to create a network of interests. They would not attack ordinary people at will. Instead, they would pay to keep some human slaves and obtain enough fresh blood. It was this relatively gentle method that allowed them to quickly gain the recognition of the evil faction's nobles. Some nobles were even unwilling to die and took the initiative to request to be turned into vampires so that they could continue to enjoy everything. Over time, even ordinary people began to acknowledge the existence of the Zempni family. This was especially so for the towns and villages around the Nightsong Fortress. They had already seen the Zempni family as their protectors. Whether it was bandits who wanted to rob or mercenaries who liked to cause trouble, once they violated the rules set by the Zempni family, they would immediately have their blood sucked dry and be hung on the city walls as an example to the public. From a certain perspective, this vampire family had leaped from a low-level level of hiding to a powerful force that could participate in politics and decide the situation of a large area. Unfortunately, Casimir had never been to the north, so he had no respect for the Zempni family. Out of courtesy, he bowed slightly and greeted with a slightly doubtful tone, "Hello, guest from the Zempni family. If I didn't hear wrongly, you seem to have mentioned cooperation? Could it be that the underground guild contacted a mage for us?" "No, they initially contacted my servant, Cecil, but after seeing this invitation, I felt that this matter was very interesting, so I decided to join in personally. As you can see, not only am I a vampire noble, but I am also a level 11 necromancer. Cecil would need half a month to complete the ritual, but I only need 7 days. I believe you won't reject me, right?" The corners of Gil's mouth curled up slightly. His 2 scarlet eyes shot out a frightening evil light. He didn't hide his strength at all, attempting to gain more authority. The lustful demon, who was proficient in all sorts of schemes, immediately saw through Gil's intentions. She spread her wings without backing down, and asked with a fake smile, "May I ask why you want to join this plan? More specifically, what ulterior motives do you have? There's no such thing as unconditional love in this world, and there's no such thing as unconditional hatred. I don't believe that a vampire would be so kind as to provide free help. Motives? My motives are simple, and that is to seize the Mage Tower under this city. Apart from that, I'll listen to you. What do you think? My request isn't too much, is it?" Gills had already expected this question, so he spoke openly. "Mage Tower?" A peculiar glint flashed in Casimir's eyes. He then nodded lightly. "I see. I'm not interested in that place. It's yours." Hearing this, an unhealthy blush appeared on Gil's pale face. At the same time, he extended his right hand and said, "With this, we have reached an agreement. Happy cooperation." Happy cooperation. Casimir extended his right hand and shook Gil's cold, pale fingers. Chapter 743. The next morning, the sun rose from the horizon as usual. The restless and chaotic night of Valen City had finally passed, and the worried residents welcomed a brand new day. In the Wizard Tower 500 meters below the city center, Angus was leading all the acolytes and wizards in building the inner planar teleportation gate in full swing. In just a few hours, the steel and stone of the main building had been completed. The next step was to embed countless priceless rare materials, gems, and magical metals in specific locations to form a massive magic circuit. When the resonance of energy exceeded a certain frequency, the passage to the fire elemental plane would be forcefully torn apart. Due to the ancient magic civilization's exploration, invasion, and migration of countless planes, the teleportation technology left behind was extremely advanced. Even acolytes who hadn't become true wizards knew how to create a teleportation gate. Thus, the entire scene appeared to be in order, and everyone was focused on their work. It must be known that participating in such a complicated and huge task was a rare opportunity for every apprentice, and even for mages. Not only could they apply what they had learned and accumulate rich hands-on experience, but they could also improve their perception and understanding of energy and the universe. Perhaps after the teleportation gate was completed, a small portion of the acolyte's strength would increase by leaps and bounds in the next few months to a year, crossing the threshold of a rank 1 wizard. This was also why many wizards were willing to sign harsh conditions to join a wizard tower and become one of its members. Only a wizard tower could provide them with sufficient resources to participate in large-scale magic experiments or to construct certain expensive and wondrous items. Looking at the 3-meter-tall, 1.5-meter-wide rectangular gate in front of him, Angus let out a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "At the current speed, it'll be completed by tomorrow night at the latest. Then it'll be checking and debugging. Time is of the essence. I hope there won't be any mistakes when the time comes." Just as he was considering whether to report the progress to Andre, a female acolyte no older than 20 ran over in small steps, panting as she shouted at the bald wizard, "Master, we just received a teleportation request. If I'm not wrong, the other party should be the merchant in charge of supplying the tower, Willie Galt. In addition, he has 8 children with him." "Oh, I didn't expect them to come so early. How about this? Approve the teleportation and bring them directly to the central control room to meet the tower master." Angus waved his hand lightly, indicating for the female apprentice to leave. Even though he didn't know what kind of secret agreement Andre and Willie Galt had as a smart person, he knew what questions to ask and when to remain silent. Otherwise, he would be killed by his endless curiosity sooner or later. Understood. The female apprentice bowed slightly, turned around, and disappeared into the dim corridor. At the same time, Willie Galt, who was anxiously waiting outside the Mage Tower, kept pacing back and forth. His two eyes alternated between his son and daughter, who were at a loss of what to do, and the female apprentice who was sitting in the same spot and reading a book attentively. His heart was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. This female apprentice was none other than Jennifer, who had just entered the magic palace. In fact, compared to soaking in the library and absorbing endless knowledge to her heart's content, she didn't want to accept the job of being in charge of transporting people. But unfortunately, at the moment, all the mages and apprentices were busy building the teleportation door, and she was still a complete newbie. She couldn't be of any help at all. So she was forced to be in charge of the only teleportation point in the city that connected to the outside world. Of course, in exchange, she could study and guard at the same time. She would work 8 hours a day, and the rest of the time was free for her to use. Just as the temperature was getting higher and higher and was about to break through the 30-degree mark, a 7-year-old little girl touched her stomach and carefully raised her head. "Father, Father, I'm hungry." She was wearing a clean white dress today, and her golden hair was like a waterfall that draped over her shoulders. She looked like an adorable angel, and anyone who saw her couldn't help but want to hug her and dote on her. However, Willie Galt was extremely irritated at this moment. He immediately glared at his daughter and scolded in a low voice, "Shut up! Stand there obediently. If you don't pass the test later, then you will starve for the rest of the day." Yes, yes, the girl was so scared that she shuddered. She quickly lowered her head and didn't say a word. Her two big, lively eyes were covered with a layer of mist in just a few seconds. Soon, tears flowed down her cheeks and dripped down. Because of her father's prestige, she didn't dare to make a sound at all. She could only silently pour out her grievances in the depths of her heart. In fact, the little girl wasn't the only one who was hungry. Every child in the scene actually didn't have breakfast before they were chased by Willie Galt to the carriage. They came here in a grandiose manner to prepare for the mage apprentice test. It couldn't be helped. This powerful merchant was too obsessed with the power of magic, not to mention letting his children starve. If killing 7 of them could guarantee that the last one would become a mage, he would do it without hesitation. The people of Orire had a completely different value when it came to the treatment of their descendants. They saw their children as the continuation of the will of their elders and an indispensable tool for the inheritance of the family. Before the elders died, they didn't even deserve to have independent thoughts or anything. They had to strictly abide by all the rules, or they would be severely punished. Of course, if they didn't want to be bound by such restrictions, then they could announce that they were leaving the family when they reached adulthood. They could give up the luxurious life and announce in public that they were giving up the right to inherit the family. They could take a sword and create their own legend. However, the consequences of doing so were usually not very good. They would either end up in a situation where they couldn't even fill their stomachs, or they would die in a fierce battle. Generally speaking, very few noble children were willing to give up everything that was within their reach, so they didn't dare to go against the will of their elders. Just when the little ones were about to reach the limit of their patience, Jennifer suddenly put down the book in her hand and listened attentively, as if she was communicating with someone. After a minute, she slowly stood up and said to Willie Galt, "Mr. Merchant, Master Angus has approved the teleportation. Please come closer to the children. I will bring you to see the Tower Master now." Chapter 744. It was common knowledge that the principle of teleportation was to flatten an object and send it through a spatial rift in a flat state, thereby shortening the distance to only a few steps or even a dozen steps. Generally speaking, during the process of teleportation, one's body and brain would experience a severe discomfort, especially the intense dizziness that would cause one to feel like dying. Wasn't this the 8 little ones that had just appeared in the teleportation portal? And their father, Willie Galt, were all lying on the ground and retching. Some of the younger ones even couldn't help but cry. Fortunately, the merchant had the foresight to not let the children eat anything. Otherwise, they would have vomited all over the place. It couldn't be helped. Compared to the sorcerers, ordinary people simply couldn't withstand the high-energy rays that were exposed to the spatial rift. That was why the reaction was particularly strong. Their bodies were so weak that there was even a possibility of sudden death. Jennifer had already accumulated a small amount of mana through meditation, so she was slightly better off. Her face only looked a little pale, but after half a minute, she recovered a little bit of color. She glanced at the children with pity, and then said in an emotionless voice, "I'll give you 1 minute to adjust. After 1 minute, follow me to the central control room. Remember, no matter what you see along the way, don't stop and don't touch anything. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." This is the place where the sorcerers conduct their research and experiments. Every corner of this place may be set up with terrifying magical traps. One wrong step could lead to terrible consequences, and in the worst-case scenario, death. In order to frighten these curious little ones, Jennifer deliberately exaggerated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the confidence to keep an eye on these 8 naughty little monkeys, even though they looked quite cute. After all, as a rich man with a net worth of millions of gold coins, Willie Galt's wives and concubines were naturally young and beautiful. In addition, he himself wasn't ugly, so his children's genes had been greatly improved. At the very least, they were flawless in terms of appearance. As for their physical fitness and intelligence, they would have to wait until the end of the test to know. Before the little ones could say anything, the slightly fat merchant got up from the ground and took a few deep breaths. He immediately solemnly promised, "Please don't worry, I'll take good care of them. I won't cause any trouble to the Magus Tower." In fact, with his wealth and status, there was no need for him to be so kind to an apprentice. However, considering that his son and daughter would be living in the Magus Tower for a long time, he had to try his best to be as friendly as possible. He didn't want to accidentally offend someone and cause trouble for his children in the future. "Thank you very much. Please come with me." Jennifer smiled and nodded. She then pushed the door open and led the way to the passageway outside. Willie Galt did not dare to be slow. He immediately ordered the little ones to stand up and follow closely behind. Along the way, he secretly observed the scene in the Wizard Tower. Whether it was the motionless giant magic statue or the torches on both sides of the corridor that had been cast with inextinguishable flames, he felt that this trip had not been in vain. Although he was known as the only supplier of the Magus' Tower, it was still his first time visiting the Magus' Tower. He was very interested in these scenes that only existed in stories. As for the 8 children, they were already attracted by all kinds of strange things, especially the pico goblins that came out from the corners from time to time. Some of the girls couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. These palm-sized monsters were specially summoned to take care of the cleanliness of the Magus' Tower and eliminate any pests that might appear. They looked similar to humans and elves. They had a pair of transparent wings on their backs and could cast a few illusion spells. Moreover, they didn't eat much, so they were very popular among the Magus' Tower. However, the pico goblins that worked in the Magus' Tower were already used to the humans coming and going. Therefore, they ignored the curious looks of the little ones and continued to clean up the Magus' Tower. Just like that, with surprise, curiosity, and fear, the group quickly passed through the stairs and corridors and finally arrived at the central control room on the top floor of the Magus' Tower. Jennifer raised her left hand and signaled for everyone to stop. She then said to the golem that was guarding the door, "The Tower Master's guests have arrived. Please inform him." "There's no need for that. Master has instructed that you can enter at any time." A ray of light flashed in the golem's gem-like eyes as it replied in a low, muffled voice. "All right, looks like we can save a lot of time." Jennifer shrugged and didn't waste any time talking to the rock that was standing in front of her. She reached out to push the door open. However, the moment her hand touched the door handle, she felt a sudden tremor in the depths of her heart. She didn't know why, but all the hair on her body stood up. She didn't dare to think too much. She subconsciously followed the judgment of her sixth sense and directly fell to the ground. There was no doubt that as a woman, especially a beautiful woman, suddenly falling to the ground immediately attracted everyone's attention. Just as Willie Galt opened his mouth and was about to ask something, a loud noise suddenly came from the other side of the door. Bang! An invisible force directly pierced through the hardwood door that was at least 10 centimeters thick and violently hit the hard granite wall, leaving a small white dent on it. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the merchant couldn't help but take a deep breath. His forehead was soaked in sweat in just a few seconds. He knew very well that if Jennifer didn't fall to the ground just now, she would have most likely been pierced through by the terrifying force and died on the spot. Danger! It was too dangerous. Willie Galt finally began to believe in the legends of the sorcerers. At the same time, he was even more determined to let his descendants master this power. Jennifer, who almost died, didn't immediately get up from the ground. Instead, she carefully searched the ground around her. Soon, she found a small piece of copper that was pressed out of shape. There seemed to be a small piece of lead wrapped in the copper. She was sure that it was this thing that pierced through the door. She was lucky that it didn't kill her. Just when everyone was a little confused, the door suddenly opened. A young man with an eye patch walked out from inside. It was Andre. However, he looked a little miserable. His face, hands, and neck were covered in black ash. For some reason, a large piece of his luxurious robe had been burned away. Furthermore, he was holding a strange-looking weapon in his hand. It seemed that this weapon was the cause of the accident just now. Of course, if it was someone from Earth, they would have recognized this strange weapon as the famous revolver. However, there were a lot of magic runes engraved on the body of the revolver. From time to time, it would flash with a golden light. Chapter 745. Aha! Sorry, I was just doing an experiment, and there was an accident. Andre rubbed the dust off his nose and apologized awkwardly. In fact, he was trying to combine magic and technology to create a unique magic pistol in the world. But who would have thought that due to the high sensitivity of mercury fulminate, when he tried to add fire damage to the bullet, it immediately misfired and shot out along the mithril barrel. Its power was comparable to that of a sniper rifle. After all, Andre borrowed the power of the Mage Tower to permanently add a level 3 spell to the barrel, acceleration. So, when the bullet accelerated in the barrel, it was not just a pure physical acceleration, but also a magical effect. The addition of the two was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but it was a geometric increase. Just this point alone greatly increased the initial speed and power of the bullet. The penetration increased by 8 to 10 times, and the effective killing radius was more than 1 kilometer. As for the butt of the gun, it was also permanently enchanted with a level 1 spell, Preemptive Strike. Every time the trigger was pulled, it would trigger the effect of increasing the accuracy. Even someone who had never used a pistol before could use it to kill a rabbit within 50 to 100 meters. But Andre was obviously not satisfied with only 2 spells on the gun, so he thought about the bullets. He first tried to add strong acid to the bullets, and after testing, he found that it was feasible. After a bullet with strong acid was shot into a test subject, it could cause serious corrosion to the surrounding organs and muscles in 2 to 3 seconds. After observing this, his interest in research was completely aroused. Following that, he tried to add a series of tests such as sound waves, thunder and lightning, immobilization, blinding, positive energy, and so on. All of them were successful. Only adding cold and negative energy failed. The reason was simple. The bullet relied on the propelling force of the instant explosion to accelerate, so when cold energy was added, there was no way to ignite it. Negative energy was similar. Although the bullet could be shot out, when the nitrocellulose was ignited, the negative energy produced by the enchantment would disappear completely in the blink of an eye. High temperature and high heat flames were the nemesis of negative energy, so it was impossible to emit negative energy into the bullet. As for the final experiment, it was naturally to add fire damage. Similarly, he failed as well. It had to be said that when he held the revolver in his hand that was mainly made of mithril, Andre instantly felt like he was a magician in a movie. It was just that the cost of making it was a little expensive. Just the materials of the revolver itself cost at least 30,000 gold coins. Without any special steel, using mithril, which was known to never wear out, was the only choice, and the price of mithril, well, apart from the very rich, even the nobles might not be able to afford it. Apart from that, there was also the constant magic, the production of bullets, the refinement of mercury, and the nitrocellulose. Overall, the cost of the gun was around 80,000 gold coins. Each unenchanted bullet cost 10 gold coins, and the cost of the enchanted bullets was calculated according to the standard spell level. It could be said that this thing was a luxury item that was built with gold coins, and it used a lot of rare materials that were stored in many warehouses. If Gerald Jenkinson knew that someone was so wasteful, he would probably jump out of his coffin in anger. In fact, Aurere's level of technology was not low, especially its wonderful magic, which could replace countless machines. As long as one was willing to pay the price, they could definitely build a light modern army. The only drawback was that it was expensive to make. In terms of pure power, guns were not comparable to intermediate or advanced arcane spells. If one had the time, they might as well make a few more fireball magic staffs. The reason why Andre was willing to spend so much money on a revolver was that he wanted to see the effect of the combination of magic and technology, and also to get himself a convenient long-range weapon. Although a crossbow was good, it was too troublesome to load it, and it was far slower than pulling the trigger of a revolver. More importantly, no one in this world knew about guns, so it increased the success rate of a surprise attack. He believed that the next time someone launched an attack, it would definitely be a big surprise. I almost died, and you said it was an accident. Seeing that the danger had passed, Jennifer hurriedly got up from the ground and shook the dust off her clothes. She curled her lips in annoyance, but her eyes never left the revolver. She was very clear that everything that had happened was an accident. Although the process was a little frightening, the result was good. At least she was not injured, so she did not intend to pursue the matter. Andre, who knew that he was in the wrong, did not try to explain. He smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. "I'm sorry. You should know that when a mage is doing experiments, there are always all kinds of accidents. What happened just now is nothing at all. How about this? When you master your first level 0 arcane spell and become an official apprentice, I'll give you a magic item as a gift. How about that? All right, since you are so sincere, I'll forgive you, my dear teacher." Hearing that there was a gift, the corners of Jennifer's mouth rose slightly, and she immediately returned to her original smile. Ever since she was captured by Black Blade, she had not received a gift for many years. Moreover, it was a magic item, so she quickly put the matter of almost losing her life to the back of her mind. "Ha! Thank you for your forgiveness. Don't worry, I'll definitely prepare a special gift for you. I guarantee that it will be unforgettable." After saying that, Andre rubbed his sore neck and shifted his gaze to the merchant. Willigald, who had recovered from his shock, quickly took 2 steps forward, put one hand on his chest, and bowed deeply. "Good morning, master. As per your request, I've brought all my children from 5 to 14 years old. Please be sure to test their aptitude. Andre glanced at the trembling children and nodded slightly. Very good. Wait here. For a few minutes, I'll bring them inside for the apprentice test. Those who have the talent to become a mage can stay. As for the rest who have been eliminated, I'll also give you some suggestions. Thank you very much. I have a small gift here. Please accept it. Willagalt carefully took out a wrinkled, inconspicuous cloth bag and handed it over with both hands. In order to have the opportunity to learn magic, he did not care about the cost. He even took out the treasure that he was most proud of. This is. Andre picked up the cloth bag, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. He gently put his left hand into the bag, which was the size of his palm. He was so surprised that he could not close his mouth. After a few minutes, he muttered to himself, "A multi-dimensional bag. It's a multi-dimensional bag that's 10 cubic meters." Chapter 746. A dimensional bag, also known as a dimensional bag, was a special magical storage device. Based on the principle of teleportation, it was a simple and constant teleportation spell in the bag. The items put in the bag would be teleported to a half-plane close to the material world, and the half-plane would move with the bag. In other words, the seemingly inconspicuous bag was actually connected to a real space of 10 cubic meters or a small warehouse. It had no fixed shape, and as long as the total volume of the items put in did not exceed 10 cubic meters, there was a 100% chance that they could be stuffed in. In fact, in the book Plane Exploration, the author had tried to describe the relationship between the world and the half-plane. In layman's terms, every complete material world always had countless independent dimensional spaces around it. It was a bit like a satellite orbiting a planet, but it was also a bit similar to the theory of parallel universes. In short, these spaces of different sizes and environments were called half-planes. Generally speaking, they were not connected to the material world. Unless the power of magic was used, ordinary people would not be able to enter and see the real world in their lifetime. During the most prosperous period of the ancient magic civilization, the archmages explored different dimensions and found thousands of half-planes of various sizes around the Orwire. Some of them were very large and had environments similar to the material world, so they were transformed into private bases one after another for dangerous experiments or as safe secret hiding places. As for those with bad environments or too small sizes, they were used as warehouses to store valuable items, and the dimensional bag was one of the most famous ones. However, with the destruction of the ancient magic civilization, the technology of making dimensional bags was completely lost. Later, with the blessing of the God of Gods on the whole world, some of the dimensional bags with poor craftsmanship quickly lost their connection to the half-plane, leaving only a few of the best products in circulation in the hands of the rich and powerful. It could be said that if the dimensional bag of 10 cubic meters was taken out by the merchant and auctioned in a big city, it would immediately cause a bloody storm. Even an archmage like Boris would not be able to resist the temptation to snatch it. After all, although 10 cubic meters was not a large space, it was enough to store a lot of things, especially those special items that were small in size and dense in density. With it, there was no need to worry about the awkward situation of finding valuable spoils of war, but not being able to transport them away. Sensing the space on the other side of the bag, which was half the size of a standard container, Andre raised his head and stared into the merchant's eyes. With a serious expression, he asked, "Why? Why are you giving it to me? Don't use words like thanks. That's insulting my IQ, and it's insulting your own." As a cautious mage, he never minded using the most vicious thoughts to infer the actions of others. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Who would give away a priceless treasure as a gift for no reason? Anyone who used their brains a little would know that something was amiss. It was just that some people were blinded by the huge benefits and eventually fell into the trap, unable to climb out. However, there was still a small number of people who were not blinded and were keenly aware of the existence of the trap. Obviously, Andre belonged to the latter. Although he really wanted to take the multidimensional bag for himself, his reason told him that he absolutely couldn't have any greedy thoughts before he figured out the cause and effect. Willie Gault looked very nervous. His eyes were flickering, and he didn't dare to look at Andre. However, he understood that running away wouldn't solve any problems. So after struggling for a few minutes, he sighed helplessly. Sigh, all right, since you've already seen through the problem, then I have nothing to hide. As a matter of fact, it's a huge problem for me right now. It's a long story. If you want to know the details, I'm more than happy to stay behind after the test to talk about it. If that's the case, then I'll wait to hear your explanation. Saying that, Andre gave Jennifer a look. The latter immediately understood and led the merchant to the guest room. After watching the two disappear at the end of the corridor, he turned around and ordered the children, who were waiting in a daze, "Don't just stand there. Follow me. Remember, without my permission, don't make a sound, and don't even open your mouth to speak. Otherwise, you'll immediately lose your qualification." Yes, yes. One of the oldest boys was so scared that he trembled. He hurriedly called his younger siblings into the room and closed the door behind him. Andre's test was very simple. He used a black cloth to cover the eyes of all the children in the room. Then he took off the blindfold on his left eye and used the mystical eye to read their attributes panel. If their intelligence was more than 12, they would be considered as having the potential of a mage. After all, these children were still underage. With the second development of their bodies and brains, they would at least have an intelligence of 14 to 15 by the age of 20. Perhaps they wouldn't be considered as geniuses, but they would be more than capable of becoming a true mage. After all, he didn't have the time to follow the ancient rules of the mages. Through mazes, illusions, mind detection, and other means, he didn't have the time to torture the children one by one until they were exhausted. He observed everyone's reaction when they were in despair, fear, and sadness so that he could identify those who were worth nurturing and those who could only become poor test subjects. After a short 10 seconds, Andre quickly obtained the detailed information of the 8 children. He had to admit that the quality of Willie Gault's children was not bad, especially the 2 youngest girls and 1 boy. All of them had reached the standard of an apprentice. The remaining 5 had their own strengths in strength, physique, and agility. After strict training, it wouldn't be a problem for them to become warriors, thieves, and rangers. From the information obtained from the children, it was obvious that they had taken swordsmanship lessons or combat lessons. The oldest boy might have even killed someone before. Even after covering his eyes, he didn't panic like his younger siblings. Andre wasn't surprised at all by this result. This was because the Oleo continent had always been a very polarized social structure. The wealthy could live more luxurious lives than the billionaires on Earth, and their descendants could enjoy first-rate resources and education. As long as there were no accidents, they would grow up to be outstanding talents. On the other hand, the civilians were the exact opposite. They couldn't even fill their stomachs with 2 meals a day. They were in a state of malnutrition for a long time, not to mention receiving education. Imagine there were 2 newly born twins. One of them was abandoned in a remote mountain village since he was young. He didn't have enough clothes to cover his body and didn't have enough food to fill his stomach. The wisest person he met was the illiterate village chief. As for the other one, he lived in a big city with a good family environment. He received all kinds of elite education since he was 3 or 4 years old. When the 2 of them were together after they became adults, no one would think that they were twins. Even their physical attributes would be very different. Chapter 747. In his previous life, Andre had heard from a biologist that genes were like the hardware of a computer, determining the limits of a person's potential. Healthy diet and habits were like the operating system of a computer, determining how much potential a person could develop. Lastly, personality and education. They were similar to the large number of applications in a computer, determining how much a person could achieve. Obviously, even if a child from a poor family was born smart, they would not be able to get enough nutrition to develop good habits. Furthermore, they would not be exposed to a wide range of knowledge, so the result was obvious. No matter how good the talent hidden in their genes was, it would be useless. The so-called fair world has never existed, no matter if it was Orion or Earth. The only difference was the level of exploitation, but there was no difference in nature. Andre sighed at how lucky Willie Galt was to have so many outstanding children. He immediately put on the blindfold again and brought the 8 children, who had no idea what was going on, to the living room not far away. As soon as he opened the door, the anxious merchant jumped up from his chair and asked excitedly, "How is it? How many of them have the talent to become a mage?" "Congratulations, your youngest son and 2 older daughters have reached the minimum requirement to become an apprentice. As for the rest, they have the potential to become other professions. Here are the detailed results of the test. Take a look at it yourself." Andre put down a piece of parchment that recorded the basic attributes and replied with a smile. Three? You're saying that 3 of my children can become mages?" Willie Galt could not believe his ears and exclaimed as he took the parchment. Andre was already used to the merchant's overly excited reaction and nodded calmly. "That's right, 3 of them can stay and learn magic, but I can't guarantee that they can become real mages. After all, the process of learning magic is always full of accidents, and more than half of the apprentices do not even live to the end of their apprenticeship. Also, I can only promise to give them all the conditions that a normal apprentice should have. As for whether they can calm down and gradually transform their knowledge into power, that will depend on their will." I understand all of this. That's great. This is awesome." Willie Galt's voice was trembling with excitement. He didn't have time to look at the contents of the sheepskin. Instead, he rushed to his youngest son's side and lifted him into the air. He laughed and said, "Piano, from today onwards, you are the sole heir to all my assets. Study magic well. No matter what you need, I will satisfy you." Really? The boy, who was not even 6 years old, could not believe that his father, who was usually strict and harsh, would say such words to him. "Ha ha ha ha. Of course it's true. You are the future master of the Galt family." The merchant clearly couldn't control his emotions as he laughed happily. He didn't notice the flash of jealousy, resentment, and greed in the eyes of the other children who were slightly older. As for the 2 Lolas who had also become acolytes and were even more talented than the boy, they were completely ignored. In the eyes of most people in Orion, daughters were all losers. Not only did they have to raise them for more than 10 years, but they also had to prepare a large amount of dowry. There was no need to waste too many resources on raising them. Perhaps if his sons were not talented, Willie Galt would treat his daughters better. But now complete and utter disregard. Andre, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, couldn't stand it anymore. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he deliberately coughed. "Cough. All right, if you want to celebrate, wait until you go home. Now, let's talk about the details of learning magic. First of all, acolytes must live in the wizard tower. During this period, they are not allowed to bring any personal belongings or servants. But considering that your 3 children are still young, I will allow them to go home for 2 days a month, the middle and the end of the month respectively. Secondly, Acolytes need a lot of resources to study in the Wizard Tower, so it is necessary to collect tuition fees. For now, it will be set at 1,000 gold coins per month, including food and lodging, borrowing of basic knowledge books, and so on. In the future, it will be increased according to the needs, but there is no upper limit. Learning magic costs a lot of money, so you'd better be mentally prepared. According to my estimation, if your 3 children start from scratch and become a level 1 mage in the shortest time possible, it will cost at least a few 100,000 gold coins. And the more they learn, the more expensive it will be. Of course, if you feel that the burden is too heavy, you can give more resources to one of them. The other 2 can sign a subordinate contract with the Wizard Tower, and all the fees will be halved. But after they finish their studies, they must join our ranks. In other words, they must first be loyal to the Wizard Tower. Under the condition that they do not violate the Wizard Tower's principles, they will only be part of your family. Lastly, and most importantly, your children must abide by all the rules here, 100%. No preferential treatment, equal treatment, no problem. Everything will be according to your wishes. As for the subordinate contract, I will go back and think about it. I will give you an answer in 2 days. As a successful smuggler, Willie Galt never liked to drag his feet. At the same time, he also knew that he didn't have much choice. This was because he understood that it was not easy to train a mage. Otherwise, there would not be so few mages. The current conditions were good enough, and the rest was up to fate. Very good. Then we will talk about the apprentices here. Next, explain to me the origin of this thing, and what do you mean by big trouble? As he spoke, Andre took out a multidimensional bag from his waist and shook it lightly. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Willie Galt shuddered subconsciously. He immediately sighed with a bitter smile. Sigh, speaking of which, this is really a bizarre and terrifying story. Since you've asked, I'll briefly tell you about it. But before that, can you send my son and daughter away? There are some things that I do not want them to know too early. Yes, Jennifer. Andre directly waved to the disciples sitting at the other table. Send them away from the Wizard Tower. Chapter 748. After watching his 8 children, who were filled with joy, disappointment, jealousy, resentment, and other emotions, leave the guest room, Willie Galt stroked the short beard on his chin and stared at the multidimensional bag on the table with an extremely strange and complicated look. He wanted to say something several times, but in the end, he did not say anything. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Is there something you can't tell me? Andre tapped the table lightly and asked in a low voice. He could feel that the merchant seemed to be afraid of something. His palms were sweating nonstop, as if the multidimensional bag on the table was not an ordinary one, but a scourge. Willie Galt smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, it's just that I remembered something terrible. I'm sure you've heard of my history, right? Actually, this bag is part of the treasure. To be exact, it's a treasure buried in the deepest part of the treasure. It's not like the other gold and jewels that were casually thrown into the box. Instead, it's placed in an airtight waterproof box. What's even more incredible is that ever since I got the multidimensional bag, I've been hearing strange voices and having strange dreams at night. They're like ghosts, always following me around. There were a few times when I wanted to secretly throw it away, but I don't know why, but it came back to me. As you can see, it's not an ordinary multidimensional bag. Especially recently, these dreams and ravings have become more and more frequent, as if they're urging me to do something. According to the descriptions of my servants and concubines, I've been doing some terrible things at certain times. For example, I suddenly got up in the middle of the night and killed a chicken, spilling blood everywhere. Another example is cutting my finger with a knife and drawing strange patterns on the wall. But afterward, I can't remember what I've done at all. It's like I'm sleepwalking. Anyway, I have a feeling that if I can't find a way to get out of this situation, I'm afraid I won't be able to live much longer. Maybe it was because he had accumulated too much pressure, or maybe it was because he was afraid of the strange situation that happened to him. The merchant could not stop talking once he started. He spilled out all the secrets hidden in the bottom of his heart in one go. As a native of the South, he had heard too many horror stories sung by bards. He knew how bad his situation was, otherwise he wouldn't be so obsessed with magic. Strange murmurs, sleepwalking, amnesia, blood, graffiti. It feels like some kind of consciousness is trying to transmit some kind of message. Andre frowned and began to think about the connection. After a few minutes, he raised his head and asked, "Can you tell me when this situation started? Was there any pattern to the outburst? How can you be sure that it's caused by the multidimensional bag?" "Actually, I've been having auditory hallucinations since the first night I got the bag, but I was too excited at the time to pay attention to it. Later, as the situation became more and more serious, I suddenly woke up and began to look for a solution. As for the pattern, it seemed to happen most of the time at night. To be exact, it was the night of the new moon. But now, it was so frequent that it would happen once every 3 days. It's even easier to confirm. Every time I secretly throw away the multidimensional bag, these symptoms will all disappear. Once it returns to my hands, all the strange things will happen again." After saying that, Willie Galt shuddered. His face was as pale as a sheet. What happened to him? Not to mention a normal person, even a professional, would feel numb. Humans would usually be particularly respectful and fearful of things that they didn't understand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made up all kinds of strange ghost stories. After getting the information he needed, Andre immediately activated Arcane Vision and searched the multidimensional bag from the inside to the outside. In the end, he didn't find anything wrong. There was no doubt that he couldn't find the reason just by looking at the surface, other than the arcane light that should be there. There was only the occasional golden light that was reflected by the silk threads around the bag. However, this didn't stop Andre's curiosity. After thinking for a few minutes, he continued to ask, "Tell me more about the murmurs and the graffiti. What are the contents of the auditory hallucinations? What are the pictures drawn with blood?" Willie Galt closed his eyes for a few seconds and replied with a bitter smile, "I'm sorry. Although I can hear all kinds of murmurs, they are very vague, and every time I hear them, they will disappear from my memory. It's very strange. As for the pictures drawn with blood, they are even stranger. It seems to be a map that has never been seen before. If you want to take a look, I'll ask the servant to send a copy tomorrow." "All right, I'll leave the multidimensional bag here for now. I'll see if I can find anything. You can go back now. Remember, send your son and daughter here in 2 days and give me a definite answer." After saying that, Andre raised his arm and made a pleased gesture. "Understood. Don't worry, I'll think about it as soon as possible." Willie Galt quickly stood up, bowed, and turned to leave. It was as if he couldn't wait to leave this place, to escape from the seemingly inconspicuous bag, as if there was a terrifying demon hiding inside. The merchant's panicked look made Andre feel a little funny. As a complete materialist, he might be in awe of powerful forces, but he would never be afraid of strange things. The only thing he wanted to do now was to uncover the mystery and find out what was causing all this trouble. As everyone knew, Orire was a world full of supernatural forces, but at the same time, it was also a world that hid countless secrets. Lost civilizations, disappeared races, incredible magical technology. In short, there were many unexplainable phenomena that often happened here. Some of them were easy to find the answer to, but there were also some that even the mages who pursued the truth couldn't explain. Just as Andre was thinking about where to start, The bag on the table suddenly floated into the air, and at the same time, he heard a hair-raising scream. "Go back! Return it! This multidimensional bag doesn't belong to you." Immediately. Now, the voice was so sharp that even the nerves in his brain felt a slight pain, and blood slowly flowed out from his eyes and nose. Obviously, this was not a normal scream, but a direct attack on the soul. If it was a normal person, it would instantly cause the brain to explode. Chapter 749. Who are you? Enduring the pain in his head, Andre opened his mouth and gasped for air. At the same time, he shouted loudly in his mind. He could feel an unknown force invading his consciousness, trying to control his thoughts and actions. "Human, I order you to give up resisting. Submit to my great will. I will grant you wealth, status, glory, and everything you desire." After realizing that the mental attack did not work, the ear-piercing voice did not stop. Instead, it kept increasing its control, and at the same time, it used words to distract his attention, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Andre grabbed the table with both hands, his expression extremely ferocious. He grabbed the multidimensional bag floating in the air and roared, "Get out! Get out of my mind right now, or I will burn this bag." As the last word left his mouth, his arm quickly turned into a fire elemental form, and the scorching heat began to spread in the air. It would take at most a few seconds to destroy the magical protection surrounding the multidimensional bag. "No, no, no. Stop right now. I will get out of your mind right now." Seeing that the entire hand was about to be completely transformed, the ear-piercing voice seemed to feel an unprecedented fear. In the blink of an eye, it stopped the mental invasion, and its tone was full of panic. Without a doubt, this multidimensional bag was very important to him, and he could not afford to lose it. "Cough, cough, cough. Speak. Who are you?" Taking advantage of the moment when the pain in his mind disappeared, Andre quickly coughed out the blood in his throat and wiped the blood from his nose. With his keen observation, he realized that the opponent seemed to value the multidimensional bag very much, so he directly wrapped it in a bright flame. With just a thought, he could turn this priceless treasure into ashes. Perhaps the threat was effective. The ear-piercing voice suddenly fell silent and did not make a sound for a long time. However, just because the enemy did not make a sound did not mean that Andre did not make a sound. After waiting patiently for a few minutes, he sneered and shook the multidimensional bag surrounded by flames and threatened softly, "Last warning! Answer my question immediately. Otherwise, after 10 seconds, it will be turned into ashes under the flames. At that time, no matter what tricks you have, it will be useless." He. "No, you wouldn't do that. This is a valuable treasure. Based on my understanding of the greed of humans, you would never be willing to destroy such a precious magic item, especially when your life is not in danger." If his voice wasn't so shaky, it would have been very convincing. "Really? It seems that you haven't seen a true human elite. Don't worry, I'll show you today." As he spoke, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly. He immediately controlled the flames to attack the burning cloth bag. In just a few seconds, there was a burnt smell. Fortunately, it was a magical item and was protected by an invisible force field. Otherwise, it would have turned into a pile of black ash. There was a saying that compared to empty words, actions were the only way to intimidate the enemy. Before he could completely set the multidimensional bag on fire, an ear-piercing voice sounded in exasperation. He could not help but curse loudly. "Damn it! Bastard! Lunatic! Stop! Stop immediately! I order you to stop! You are making an enemy of the great will. If I break free from this damned imprisonment, I will definitely tear you to pieces." Hearing the voice, Andre was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed happily. Ha 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 ha. Buddy, you have a talent for comedy. You can find a small pub and do a talk show. You can earn a lot of money. Tear me to pieces? If you can do that, why are you still here talking nonsense? Wake up. I will tell you my rules now. First, tell me who you are and why you are trapped in the multidimensional bag. Second, why are you so insistent on staying by Willie Galt's side? Is there anything special about him? Third, you have been whispering in Willie Galt's ear and controlling the drawing he drew with his blood. What are you hiding? Remember, you only have one chance to answer each question. If I find out that you are lying, then this multidimensional bag will immediately be burned to ashes. This is not a threat, nor is it a threat. It is a simple fact. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can give it a try. But I don't think you have the courage to do so, do you? Without a doubt, Andre had grasped the enemy's weakness. He was sure that the multidimensional bag in his hand was the only channel that connected the ear-piercing voice to the outside world. As long as he firmly grasped it, then the other party would not be able to resist. Reality proved that his deduction was correct. The unknown voice did not dare to take any risks. In the blink of an eye, it completely retreated from his mind. At the same time, a small cloud of colorless, translucent smoke was spat out from the multidimensional bag. It gradually formed the appearance of a humanoid monster. Its eyes were milky white, without pupils. There were 4 tentacles near its mouth, and its head looked like an octopus. Its body was slender, thin, and soft, as if it had no bones. Mind Flayer, as a knowledgeable mage, Andre recognized the scientific name of the monster in a short time. His eyes were full of caution. He could not believe that he had actually seen a living Mind Flayer. After all, this was a brain-eating monster that was known for its danger, coldness, and ferocity. It had a supernatural power called psychic ability. Although it was completely different from magic, it was equally strange and difficult to guard against. The mind control, just now, was one of them. Even a high-level professional would not have much ability to resist in front of the Mind Flayer. Usually, one would fall under the control of the mind control and become a slave under the control of the other party. It could be said that when facing the Mind Flayer, no matter how much one tried to guard against it, it would not be overboard. The palm-sized phantom of the Mind Flayer waved the tentacles near its mouth and directly spoke with its psychic ability, "Human, you win. I can answer all your questions, but there is one condition. You must help us escape from the imprisonment." Condition? Humph. Andre narrowed his eyes and sneered. Then he mocked. The condition is a deal when both parties are equal in strength. I want to know, what right do you have to negotiate with me? Knowledge, wealth, power. As long as you can think of it, we can give it to you. The great will is omnipotent. The Mind Flayer was an extremely rational creature, so it would not be angered by a mere sarcastic remark. Instead, it was very calm and began to use the greedy nature of humans to achieve its goal. Chapter 750. Unfortunately, your temptations have no effect on me. Now, you can either answer my question or watch me burn the bag. It's a very simple choice. You have 1 minute to consider. Andre wasn't moved at all as he calmly gave the final ultimatum. Wealth? How much wealth could a mere Mind Flayer have? Including the rare metals, gems, slaves, and so on, the total value wouldn't exceed a few million gold coins. Much of it was for their own use, and it would be good if they could take out a third of it. It probably couldn't even compare to the huge profits he made from selling salt. If they wanted money, all they had to do was find a few more deserted islands and expand the scale of the salt pans by a few times, completely monopolizing the salt trade in the south and surrounding areas. Not to mention a few million gold coins. Even tens of millions wouldn't be a problem. Money had never been a problem for Andre. Even when he was a hunter in lonely mountain town, he could easily get enough gold coins, not to mention now. Power, as the successor of the chairman of Linton City's Mage Association and the main culprit behind the turmoil and chaos in Valen City, how could Andre lack power? In fact, he was starting to get tired of hiding in the dark and plotting against his opponents. Thus, power had limited appeal to him. As for power and knowledge, they were what Andre desired the most. But the problem was that the Mind Flayer's knowledge and understanding in this area was completely different from humans. To be more precise, it was very difficult for mental abilities and magic to be compatible with each other. They belonged to two completely different power systems. The former belonged to idealism, strengthening one's power through continuous self-affirmation, finally reaching the realm where one was the universe, and the universe was one's self. One could turn the thoughts in one's mind into supernatural spells with a raise of one's hand. The latter was materialism through and through, summarizing experience through observation, and then generating theories and constructing spell models through experience. Thus, every new spell had to go through complicated and detailed research. Rather than saying that mages were a group of users of supernatural powers, it was more appropriate to say that they were a group of scientists who grasped supernatural powers. Without a doubt, if Andre, as a mage, was bewitched by the Mind Flayer's language, then the most likely outcome would be being driven mad by two extremely contradictory theories. It could be said that from the very beginning, the Mind Flayer had not shown the slightest bit of friendliness. From the very beginning, it had been trying to destroy the strong, will to resist. Unfortunately, Andre wasn't a native, but a transmigrator with a completely different mindset and values. Even though power, wealth, strength, and knowledge were all things that most people in this world pursued, to him, life was the most important thing. The rest could only be ranked in order of importance. Only by living can there be a future. There was only hope if he was alive. Only by living could one obtain knowledge and power. Only by living can you change your fate. Nothing was more important than being alive. This was the truth that Andre had summed up in his two lives. If someone threatened his life, he would refuse without hesitation, no matter what the other party offered. The Mind Flayer was a terrifying monster that could sense the brain activity of intelligent creatures. Therefore, it quickly discovered that this young human had an unwavering will. Left with no choice, it could only shake its octopus-like head and mock through the telepathic connection. Ignorant, low-level, foolish. You don't understand the power of the great will. All right, since that's the case, I'll answer your question. First of all, I'm the representative of the underground city of Edison. You can call me Susk. 3,500 years ago, the city we lived in was completely isolated from the material world by a powerful unknown magic power. No matter what method we used, there was no way to break through the seal. Teleportation spells were all ineffective. After hundreds of years of research, we found that the energy surrounding the city could not be removed from the inside. Unless someone destroyed a few of the supporting points from the outside, Edison would never be able to return to the material world. As you can see, this multidimensional bag was a magic item that fell outside when the disaster happened, before the barrier was formed. For some reason, it was able to maintain a certain connection with us. Secondly, Willie Galt wasn't as ordinary as he looked. He had the extremely rare anti-magic blood. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to lure him to dig out the treasure buried deep underground. Otherwise, do you think that a lowly human could have survived the terrible shipwreck? Furthermore, he could have found the treasure buried deep underground more than 1,500 years ago. In fact, even the giant sea monsters that attacked the ship were slaves of the Great Will. We were the ones who discovered the hidden power of Willie Galt's bloodline. So we attacked the ship he was on. Destroying the supporting points required the power of the anti-magic blood. That was why I tolerated his mistakes again and again. If it was anyone else, they would have died 10,000 times already. Lastly, Willie Galt's blood and graffiti is a map. A map that leads to the underground tunnel and to Edison. I hope that he or his descendants will be able to come and save us after gaining a certain amount of power. That's all I have to say. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask. But after you ask, please return the multidimensional bag to Willie Galt. Of course, if you're willing to help us with him, I guarantee that you'll receive the same generous rewards. Automatically filtering out the empty promises, as well as the contempt and disdain for human beings, Andre quickly figured out the whole story. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and an unnoticeable sinister smile flashed across his face. Why should I believe you? Mind flayers don't have a good reputation. According to the records in the books, they only see humans as slaves and food. Perhaps burning this multidimensional bag would be the best choice. At least it would solve all the problems once and for all. No, you can't do that. I swear in the name of the Great Will. I won't lie to you. Seeing the crimson flames explode in an instant, the Mind Flayer immediately shouted in agitation. He even used the little psionic ability he had stored to form a barrier, isolating himself from the burning flames. Hee, looks like you really care about this multidimensional bag. All right, now we can sit down and talk about the conditions. After confirming the importance of the Mind Flayer's multidimensional bag, Andre's signature smile appeared on his face. He knew that he was already in an invincible position. Next, it was time for him to extort the Mind Flayers. He hoped that this city called Edison would not be too disappointing. Chapter 751. Susk was a Mind Flayer. To be exact, he was a newborn that had just turned from a tadpole into an adult Mind Flayer. Compared to the lifespan of the Mind Flayers, which was 130 years old, their psionic powers were limited. Otherwise, they would not have been repelled by the strong resistance when they used mind control. The truly powerful elders of the Mind Flayers could even turn an adult dragon into a slave without any resistance, let alone a mere mental resistance. Unfortunately, there were no more elders in Edison. Not to mention elders. There were less than 15 adult Mind Flayers left. The rest of them were either in hibernation to save on food, or had offered their brains to fuse with the Great Will. There was no other way. Due to being isolated from the material world, Eddies could not obtain enough slaves from the outside world. Without enough slaves, the Mind Flayers would not have enough food, and there would not be enough qualified hosts to hatch the tadpoles. It could be said that the city of the Mind Flayers, which was feared by countless people, had now become a graveyard that could barely maintain the minimum consumption. As the number of slaves decreased day by day, in less than 200 years, Eddies would truly become a dead city. In order to get rid of this situation, the Great Will, which was the center of the city, was a strange life form that the outside world called the Mastermind. It did not hesitate to waste its remaining psionic powers to connect the soul of one of the Mind Flayers to the dimensional bag, so that it could find a way to return to the material world. Obviously, Susk was the newest person to take over this position. His predecessor had exhausted his lifespan and became a part of the Mastermind, responsible for providing all kinds of knowledge and experience. With this experience and knowledge, he quickly became a fish in water in the human society. Not only did he successfully find Willie Galt, who had the blood of anti-magic, he even used telepathy to insert certain thoughts into Willie Galt's brain. As long as the time was right, it would not be long before the merchants began to cultivate their forces. They would try to pass through the underground tunnel and find the magic barrier surrounding Edison. However, the problem was that all of this intricate plan had been destroyed by this damned human in front of him today. The most frightening thing was that the human had grasped the fatal weakness of Eddies, the dimensional bag. Just a few seconds ago, The Cortex Prime had personally issued an order for Susk to protect the only medium of communication with the outside world, no matter what. There must not be any damage. Staring at Andre's right eye that did not hide its malice, it sighed helplessly in its heart. Then it asked through the spiritual link, "Tell me, what do you want? Let me tell you in advance, we can't send you any material objects. If you want real, rare metals, gems, and magic materials, you have to come to the underground world, to Edison City, and break the energy barrier surrounding the city. Don't worry, I'm a mage. I understand your current situation. If I'm not wrong, you should have been squeezed into the gap connected to the material world by some kind of spatial magic or energy, and this multidimensional bag just happened to record the coordinates of the gap at the moment of the accident, so you can get in touch with the outside world through it. According to this inference, the space in the multidimensional bag should be connected to Edison. It could even be used as a medium to transport some inanimate objects. How about it? Do you want to give it a try?" As Andre spoke, he used a level 0 arcane spell, magic trick, to clean the blood on his face, and then sat down on the chair. To be honest, the spiritual attack just now had caused quite a lot of damage to him. According to the data that appeared in his vision, he had lost more than 20 HP, and he was still a little dizzy. He really needed to sit down and rest for a while. "No, that's impossible. We've already tried. There's no way to transport anything to the half-plane bound to the multidimensional bag. You're completely indulging in fantasy." Susk roared in an ear-piercing voice. Its voice sounded so agitated, and its two pupilless eyes were full of vigilance. A layer of invisible energy quickly gathered, afraid that the dirty bag would be damaged even a little bit. Feeling the psionic power in the air, Andre was not nervous at all. Instead, he laughed and spread out his hands. "Ha! Relax. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that I can't. You know, compared to your psionic power, the biggest advantage of magic is understanding and creation. Although the technology of making multidimensional bags has been lost, the teleportation technology has been completely preserved. In the book Planes and Teleportation, it was explained that when a half-plane formed a hidden connection with another half-plane, what the wizards had to do was to find the point of contact between the two planes and then make a small hole. Perhaps with my casting level, I'm temporarily unable to do this, but as long as I borrow the power of the Wizard Tower, I can easily solve all the problems. If you don't believe me, I can show you now." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly activated the defensive system of the Wizard Tower without warning. After a short second, silver arcs of light enveloped him in an instant, forming a translucent field of energy, firmly isolating the strange psionic power outside. The helpless Susk could only watch as the powerful energy crazily poured in from the entrance of the multidimensional bag, wantonly destroying the half-plane bound on the other side. The only thing it could do was curse roar. With its pitiful psionic power, it was not enough to break through the protection of the Wizard Tower, let alone resist the crazy influx of energy. Just as the Mind Flayer thought that the multidimensional bag was about to be destroyed, the surrounding air suddenly began to tremble violently, and at the same time, a loud sound was heard. Terrifying cracks appeared out of nowhere, as if the entire space was about to collapse. Seeing this scene, Andre immediately stopped the energy transfer and directly put a hand into the multidimensional bag to explore the changes within. Soon he laughed happily. "Ha ha ha ha! It's connected. It's just as I expected. The so-called half-plane is like a bubble in a block of ice. Although there's no way to fuse them together, opening a small hole in the adjacent bubble is no problem." At this point, he suddenly turned his head and asked the Mind Flayer, who was stunned in place, "Do you want to try? I've already opened the connection between you and the multidimensional bag, and now we can finally carry out some real transactions. For example, I'll provide you with the brains of some intelligent creatures, and you provide me with some rare metals, gems, and magical materials. Chapter 752. Someone once said that investing in agriculture could earn 10 times the profit. Investing in commerce, buying and selling jewelry, art, and crafts could earn 100 times the profit. Investing in politics, supporting a prince to become king, could earn 1,000 times or even 10,000 times the profit. Of course, before investing in politics, one had to know the ins and outs of the other party. If one met a cold-hearted person, not only would one not be able to earn any profits, one might even be willing to pay with one's life. Andre might not have invested in politics before, but now he had a monopoly business in front of him, and that was trading in the same city as the Mind Flayers. He controlled the only way they could communicate with the outside world. So as long as it was an urgent matter, no matter the price, the Mind Flayers could only accept it silently. There was no room for negotiation. In fact, this business was not much different from robbing people on the road. The only difference was that one relied on force, while the other relied on intelligence. As a cautious Mind Flayers, Susk did not trust anyone easily, but after trying to put a small stone through the barrier and into the semi-plane in the multidimensional bag, he was so excited that he could not control himself. The 4 tentacles on his face seemed to have gone crazy, and at the same time, he shouted through the telepathic connection, "How is this possible? How is this possible? You actually managed to open up the connection between Edison and the semi-plane. Something that we have not been able to do for thousands of years has been done by a mere human. Why is it impossible? You must know that any wizard with a spellcasting level of 13 and above, and who has systematically studied the knowledge of teleportation and planes, can easily do this. Facts have proven that many things that seem difficult are not impossible, but that the correct method has not been thought of. That's all. Although your race has very high intelligence, but in terms of open thinking, you are far inferior to wizards. Indeed, psionic powers are a strange and incomparably powerful force. They can even create something out of nothing, interfere with matter, and turn the thoughts in one's mind into reality. From a certain point of view, this already involves the realm of the Creator. But have you ever thought, or rather researched, about the principles behind psionic powers? Andre was lying on the back of the chair in a very comfortable position as he talked to the phantom floating in front of him. Perhaps it was the first time he had seen a rare intelligent species like the Mind Flayers, so he was a little excited mentally. He wanted to put aside all the strange stories and learn more about this monster that fed on the brains of intelligent creatures. Principle? Research? Susk stared with his pupil-less eyes, completely unable to understand what the human in front of him was trying to express. All the wisdom, knowledge, and experience of the Mind Stealers came from the mastermind. It was a special life form formed by the accumulation of the brains of countless dead Mind Stealers. After thousands of years of accumulation, it had surpassed the ordinary and entered the extraordinary level. Every Mind Flayer did not need to study anything from birth to death. As long as they developed according to the experience in the mainframe, their psionic abilities would naturally grow stronger with age. As for the principle of psionic powers, they had never considered it at all. Just like how most humans would never think about why they could walk upright, this part of the ability had become an instinct hidden in their genes with the passage of time. Looking at the Mind Flayer's slightly dazed expression, Andre smiled and shook his head. "You don't seem to understand the meaning behind these 2 words. That's fine. I'm in a good mood today and can take a little time to explain. According to my understanding, there is no power system in this world that is built out of nothing. Be it warriors or mages, they have all gone through a long period of development. They learn from the chaotic and disorderly phenomena at the beginning, and then form little by little theories. Then, through studying these theories, they develop all kinds of skills. For example, warriors would think about how to train to make themselves stronger, have better endurance, jump higher, and run faster. So many martial arts schools were born. Priests, on the other hand, would think about how to perfectly integrate their thoughts with the god they served so that they could obtain more and more powerful divine spells. Therefore, they developed all kinds of strange domains according to the different factions and priesthoods of the gods. That is to say, every profession developed through constant exploration. Even the mages, who lost a lot of information, created many new arcane spells in the long years. But what about you? From the moment you mind flayers were born, you were already set with a fixed template. You meticulously followed the arrangements of the cortex prime, never doubting yourself and never considering the reason why your mind flayers were born. You just repeated what your predecessors had done over and over again, like a pool of stinking, stagnant water. It is because of this that you have been firmly trapped in the cracks of the material world for so many years, and yet you can't think of any solution. No, you're talking nonsense. We are the world's most perfect creations. We are wise. Come, we completely obey the will of a leader. We are 10,000 times more powerful than you humans who are dominated by desires and busy with internal strife all day long. Susk retorted angrily. As a mind flayer, he couldn't accept being looked down upon by a slave race, even if some of the words made sense. Andre spread out his hands indifferently. Don't get so worked up. I'm just stating a fact. Do you know that in biology, perfection means the loss of the possibility of evolution? Perhaps you're right. We humans are always controlled by desires. Perhaps 1 second we are very good friends, and the next second we become enemies over something. But it is this imperfection that gives humans unlimited possibilities. Have you heard of the chaotic collision theory? The original state of everything is a pile of seemingly unrelated fragments. But after this chaotic state ends, these inorganic fragments will organically come together as a whole. We may be greedy, we may fight endlessly, we may never be able to escape the control of our desires, but we have the most imaginative brains. How do you know that these seemingly low-class actions aren't the prelude to the evolution of a higher life form? As the last word left his mouth, Susk seemed to have been hit hard by a hammer. His entire body shook slightly, and his brain worked quickly, passing the words word for word to the mainframe. He couldn't believe that a human who was only fit to be a slave could come up with such a profound theory. Chapter 753. The origin and evolution of life had always been the subject of endless debate among countless scholars. Some people believed that intelligence was the development direction of higher life forms. As long as one's spirit evolved to the extreme, they could completely abandon their body and live forever in another form of pure energy. Some people believed that a strong body was a necessary characteristic of higher life forms. When the body was strong enough to crush everything, then there was naturally no need to think too much. Violence alone could solve all problems. Of course, these were only the fantasies and inferences of Earth's scientists, and there was not much reliable evidence to support them. Andre only wanted to test the mind flayer to see if it was as smart and omniscient as the books said. Unfortunately, in a world where the overall education level was extremely low, even if the brain was developed, the knowledge and consultation received was very limited. It was impossible to break through the limitations of the environment. After confirming this point, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and a trace of undetectable mockery flashed across his face. Susk, who was concentrating on the conversation with the cortex prime, did not notice this dangerous signal at all. After a full 5 minutes, he waved his 4 tentacles again and said through the telepathic connection, "The Great will wishes to obtain all the information about the chaotic collision theory, and also hopes that you can provide us with fresh brains. In return, we will give you any rare metals, gems, magic materials, knowledge, weapons, armors, and even precious psionic items. In short, we can give you anything you can think of." Okay, but before that, I hope to pay a reward to show my sincerity. After all, I was the one who opened the contact point between the two half-planes. Shouldn't you thank me? After saying that, Andre raised his arm and gently shook the cloth bag in his hand. The meaning of his words was self-evident. There was no doubt that this was a disguised form of extortion. Although Susk was very angry, he knew that he had no right to refuse. Therefore, he closed his eyes and contacted the Cortex Prime. He immediately asked, "Say it, what kind of thanks do you want?" Andre smiled nonchalantly as he stared at the 4 tentacles that were swaying incessantly due to his anger. He replied, "Adamantine. I need a lot of adamantine. I believe that for an underground city with thousands of years of history, it shouldn't be a problem to fill 10 cubic meters of space with adamantine, right?" "What? You're dreaming. What is adamantine?" Adamantine was the hardest and rarest metal in the world. Even in the underground world, the production was extremely low. Usually, the amount of refined gold associated with a giant mineral vein will never exceed 1 cubic meter. You actually want to get 10 cubic meters at once. Probably because the price was too high, Susk finally couldn't help but raise his arms and let out a dragon-like roar. He could not believe his ears. At the same time, he could not believe that this young human in front of him dared to ask for such an exorbitant price. After all, the amount of adamantine stored in Edison's warehouse was only about 30 cubic meters. That was a fortune that had been accumulated over 1,000 years. Now, the other party wanted to take away 1/3 of it. Absolutely impossible. Ha! Calm down, my friend. Being too excited is not good for your body. Andre was not frightened by the roar in his heart at all. Instead, he knocked on the table with a chuckle and then emphasized in a tone that would not allow anyone to refute, "You seem to have forgotten that I am the only channel for you to contact the outside world. In other words, this transaction has been unfair from the start. I have the right to set the price, and you can only choose to agree to the transaction or not. The price for not agreeing is that you will not be able to get any resources, even the food that you need the most, brains. Now, either you satisfy my request and pay me 10 cubic meters of adamantine, or you go back and starve. If I find out that you have any ill intentions, then you will have to say goodbye to this multidimensional bag." After a series of probing, Andre finally revealed his fangs and bit into the other party's vitals. He believed that with the Mind Flayer's extremely rational way of thinking, he would definitely agree to this condition that was full of taking advantage of the situation. Susk was so angry that his whole body trembled. The illusory image was affected by his emotions and began to tremble violently, as if it could explode at any time. However, just as he was about to use his psionic ability to teach this greedy human a lesson, the Cortex Prime suddenly issued an order. "Agree to his conditions. We currently have less than 800 slaves, and the ratio of males to females is seriously imbalanced. If we continue to eat their brains, there will not be enough slaves to hatch the tadpoles in the future. Although adamantine is a precious and rare magical metal, it is nothing compared to the continuation of the entire race." "Yes, great will," Susk respectfully replied with his psionic power. To a city of mind flayers, the mastermind was the supreme ruler. It was the embodiment of the will of the entire race. Every member had to obey its orders unconditionally. When necessary, they would even sacrifice themselves to protect it. It was difficult for humans to understand the complex social structure of this absolute order, just like how mind flayers could never understand why humans were always tempted by low-level desires. Looking at Andre's right eye that was flashing with confidence, Susk took a deep breath and resisted the urge to smash the other party's face with his psionic ability. He slowly said, "We agree to give you 10 cubic meters of adamantine as a thank you gift, but you must also promise to satisfy our needs for food as soon as possible." "No problem. As long as you can afford it, I promise you that whatever you want will not be a problem." Andre forcibly suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and nodded calmly. To be honest, he did not expect the other party to take out 10 cubic meters of adamantine. He only wanted to test the wealth of Edison, but he never thought that he would actually get it. After all, adamantine was a metal that was denser than gold. 1 cubic meter of adamantine weighed more than 40 tons, and 10 cubic meters was equivalent to 400 tons. Generally speaking, to create an indestructible adamantine golem, one only needed to mix 5 tons of adamantine into the steel. Ordinary weapons could not even leave a mark on a golem like this. 400 tons of adamantine golems could be made into 40 of them. 40 adamantine golems could directly crush thousands of troops, and even destroy 1 or 2 kingdoms would not be a problem. From this, it could be seen how ruthless Andre was. Using the word crazy to describe it was an understatement. Chapter 755. 112 goblins. How can there be so many? Andre raised his eyebrows in surprise. In the report a few days ago, there were only 80 goblins. In the blink of an eye, there had been a third more. As the owner of the entire Wizard Tower, it would be strange if he wasn't surprised. The errand boy explained with a wry smile, "Goblins are like weeds to begin with. They have extremely strong vitality, especially their reproductive ability. Even rats might not be able to compare to them. As we provide them with more than enough food, they usually sleep after eating and mate after waking up. Not long ago, 7 female goblins gave birth to a few nests of young goblins. Each nest had 4 to 6 young goblins." The corners of Andre's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard about the terrifying reproductive abilities of the goblins. He sighed in his heart, as expected of the pests that could never be eradicated. He then nodded his head lightly. "Very good. Pick out 60 adult goblins for me, then chop off their heads and send them to the guest room on the top floor. Remember, do it cleanly, especially the heads. Absolutely do not allow them to bump into anything." Without the slightest bit of pity, he directly gave the order for a cruel massacre. He planned to use the lives of 60 goblins to satisfy the mind flayer's thirst for brains. Of course, to the people living on Orire, goblins weren't considered intelligent life forms. They were more like detestable wild beasts, and there was no need to feel guilty about killing them. The rulers of most cities and towns even issued bounties all year round. Every time a goblin was killed and its right ear brought back, they would receive a few silver coins as a reward. Be it adventurers or mercenaries, they would kill 3 to 5 goblins along the way to earn some change to buy alcohol. Hee. Don't worry, I'll have the magic golems send the heads to you in half an hour at most." The burly errand boy bowed slightly, casually picking up the executioner's axe from the rack. He walked with a sinister smile toward the cage that imprisoned the goblins. A few seconds later, a fat goblin was forcefully dragged out from within. It was pressed against the bleeding trough, struggling and cursing with all its might, as if it already knew the fate it was about to face. But unfortunately, all of this was in vain. There was only a splurt. Blood spurted out over a meter high, and the headless corpse fell straight to the ground, twitching nonstop. The odd-job worker skillfully threw the head into a wooden basket not far away. At the same time, he kicked the corpse into the ditch nearby, preparing to feed it to the wolves, lions, tigers, giant spiders, and other ferocious beasts. After doing all this, he wiped the blood off his axe and continued to search for the next gnome. It could be seen that this warrior enjoyed blood and slaughter very much. Every time he chopped off a head, he couldn't help but lick the blood that splattered on his lips, as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. He quickly pulled out the goblins one by one, and chopped off their heads at a rate of 2 to 3 per minute. In less than 20 minutes, 60 heads were neatly arranged in a wooden basket. Without saying a word, the golem standing guard at the side picked up the bloody basket and ran upstairs. Very quickly, the nauseating smell of blood appeared in the reception room on the top floor. Andre pinched his nose and pointed at the goblin heads that had died with their eyes wide open. There are 60 heads here. Based on an average of 1 kilogram per head, you need to pay a total of 120 kilograms of gold, or gold coins of the same value. If there are no problems, we can begin the transaction. No problem. Just put all the heads into the multidimensional bag, and you'll get the gold immediately. Susk seemed to be a little impatient. The 4 tentacles around his mouth lifted up, revealing the chilling mouth part inside. There was no doubt that it was hungry and very, very hungry. It had never eaten its fill since birth, only maintaining a diet of once every 3 months. The long-term hunger and thirst had caused its psionic powers to grow slowly, and it was still almost the same as when it had just completed its transformation. Normally, mind flayers needed to eat the brain of an intelligent creature every month in order to maintain the basic consumption of their bodies. If they did not eat for 4 whole months, there was a possibility that they would starve to death. In other words, in order to ensure that the entire city would not collapse due to the lack of slaves, the mastermind of Edison had forcefully limited the amount of food each mind flayers could eat, only keeping them in a state where they would not starve to death. Imagine, how would a person who had been starved for 10 whole years react when they saw a large pile of food in front of them? It was already very reserved of them not to pounce on it and start gorging themselves. Looking at the other party's distorted face due to extreme hunger, Andre smiled and stretched out his left hand. First, give me the item to block the mind control. I know that after you eat these brains, your psionic powers will increase greatly. For safety's sake, I need insurance. Gasp. More and more rapid panting. Susk was obviously about to go crazy from hunger. Through the mind connection, one could even hear the beast-like breathing, and at the same time, it emitted waves of energy visible to the naked eye. His rationality was struggling on the verge of collapse, and could collapse at any time. My friend, calm down. You only need to fulfill the additional conditions in advance, and you can immediately use these fresh and delicious brains. Think about it. If you attack me now, what will the consequences be? Not only will you lose the food that is about to be in your hands, you will also lose the only medium to communicate with the outside world. Andre did not seem to be nervous at all. Instead, he raised his arm and shook the multidimensional bag in his right hand, using a playful tone to remind the other party that the initiative was still in his hands. Perhaps the mastermind was reminding Susk that it was not the time to turn hostile, or perhaps the multidimensional bag calmed him down again. In short, after a short few seconds, the mind flayers did not hide their hatred and said through the mind connection, "Human, you are greedy. At the same time, cunning. Very well, we can agree to your request. But I hope this is the last time, or else." Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Andre deliberately put on an impatient look and interrupted. "All right, let's stop these boring probing. I can't wait to see the difference between the magical items you make and the ones made by the mages." "As you wish." Susk replied coldly as he opened his arms and blew on them. Andre immediately reached into the multidimensional bag and pulled out a headband inlaid with a colorless transparent gem. As soon as he held it in his hand, he faintly felt that it was different from any magical item he had seen before. To be precise, this thing should be called a psionic item. It was made by the mind flayers with their psionic powers and was not a magical item in the ordinary sense. Chapter 756, Mind Shield Headband. Made with the unique craftsmanship of the mind flayers, the wearer is immune to all charm, control, suggestion, hypnosis, and other magical effects. It can also prevent any form of mind detection. Please note, this item is not a permanent enchantment. It must be recharged after a certain period of time. Remaining time for 1,400 hours. As the Arcane, I finished scanning the entire headband and faithfully fed back the detailed information. Andre instantly realized that the Mind Flayers had the same idea as him. Neither of them had good intentions. His plan was to use this dimensional bag, the only medium he had to communicate with the outside world, to pull out the tendons and peel off his skin bit by bit. It would be best if he could even suck out his marrow. When Edison could no longer give him what he needed, he would not hesitate to turn on him. Of course, the Mind Flayers' thoughts were surprisingly similar. They wanted to use this completely unequal trade to quickly recover their strength. After half a year, the Mind Shield headband's defensive ability would disappear. They would then slowly use suggestion and mind control to turn Andre into an obedient slave. It could be said that both sides were acting from their own point of view, maximizing the amount of resources they urgently needed. There was no right or wrong, and there was no good or evil. It was just to survive in this dangerous world. After thinking this through, Andre did not question Susk's sinister intentions. Instead, he smiled meaningfully and tied the headband on his forehead. After all, this thing could guarantee that he would not be controlled by the mind ability for half a year. It was better to have something useful than nothing. In an instant, the colorless and transparent gem released an invisible force field that tightly wrapped around his head. The mind detection he had faintly felt was completely isolated a meter away. It seemed that the Mind Flayers were indeed worthy of being called experts in the field of mind abilities. If it was an arcane or divine protection of the same level, it would at most be able to repel the mind detection outside the skin. As for the force field that could be expanded outwards, it would need to be at least 2 levels higher. Very good. Exquisite workmanship, near-perfect gem-cutting techniques, and unimaginable enchantment. It's hard to imagine that you've retained such excellent skills after being separated from the world for so long. Even though it was just for show, Andre was not stingy with his praise. Because of the very new stitches on both sides, he could vaguely tell that this headband was definitely made not long ago. Perhaps it was made within a few minutes of the additional conditions. For a city of mind flayers that was on the brink of famine and destruction, this meant that they still preserved a large amount of knowledge and a complete set of operating systems. Compared to basic resources such as adamantine, mithril, currency, and gems, this was what he desired the most. Susk was obviously starving, and was obviously in no mood to nonsense. He waved his tentacles and impatiently shouted, "Heads! Put those heads on the ground into your dimensional bag right now. You have to know that they have been chopped down for more than 20 minutes. In another 10 minutes, they will lose their edible value." Andre nodded with a smile. Hee, no problem. I'm a businessman who upholds the spirit of a contract. I'll definitely keep my promises. Having said that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. 2 wooden frames soaked in blood flew into the air and were immediately sucked into the dimensional bag. The Cortex Prime, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately transferred them to its own city. Then, all the living mind flayers swarmed in. In a short 10 seconds, one of the heads quickly shriveled up. If one were to pry open the skull, one would find that the brain inside had completely disappeared, leaving behind only the empty skull. It had to be said that these monsters were truly starving. Even the part of the brain connected to the spine was not spared. Normally, mind flayers would only devour the core part of the brain. Only the consciousness in this part, known as the gray matter, could provide them with sufficient energy. But these goblins before them were not spared even a little bit of residue. It was clear to see how much food Eddie's was lacking. The feeding did not last long. In just a few minutes, a third of the 60 goblin heads had been eaten. Although hunger still troubled every mind flayers, they all stopped and began to pry open the remaining heads. They took out the brains inside and sent them to the brain pool in the center of the city. This was to ensure that the most important part of the city, the cortex prime, would receive sufficient nourishment. A wizard who had lived in the city of the mind flayers for a period of time once said that, including the demons, there was no other race in the universe that understood order and obedience better than the mind flayers. Similarly, there was no other race that could give up on themselves and completely integrate into the group. Andre, who had always been patient, sat quietly on the chair and waited for the other party to pay the gold. He was not at all worried that the mind flayers would go back on their word. After all, a generous buyer who had paid 10 cubic meters of adamantine would not go back on his word for a mere 120 kilograms of gold. Facts had proven that the truly wealthy would not haggle over such a small profit. After dealing with all 40 heads, Susk's phantom came to life again and spoke through the telepathic link. The gold you want is in the dimensional bag. You can take it out at any time. The Great Will is very satisfied with this transaction. So he has decided to pay with the highest gold content in the underground and the least likely to wear and tear. Oh, dark elven gold. Andre, who was shocked, hurriedly reached into the dimensional bag and took out a handful of exquisite gold coins that weighed about 10 to 15 grams. The coins were printed with spiders and inscriptions on both sides, compared to the inferior gold coins on the surface, which were crudely made and even blurred due to the long circulation. The former was like a work of art rather than a currency. From the black luster flowing on the surface of the coin, it was obvious that it had been reinforced by magic. Holding it in his hand, he did not feel the softness of gold at all. Instead, it was a bit like a dollar coin that he had seen in his previous life. How is it? Isn't it interesting? As long as you continue to provide the materials that Edison needs, we guarantee that you will receive unimaginable returns. For example, the manufacturing process of this gold coin, or the creation of psionic items. Perhaps it was because he had just eaten, but Susk had regained the calmness that the mind flayers should have. He began to test Andre with all kinds of temptations, trying to find out his weakness so that he could be more targeted in the next transaction. Chapter 757. The Goddess is Supreme. Every coin that flickered with golden radiance was imprinted with the unique language of the Dark Elves. This was a fanatical religious belief, and at the same time, it represented their repressive, cruel, callous, and merciless society. Ever since the civil war that had lasted for several years, the defeated Dark Elves had escaped into the underground, completely falling to the side of chaos and evil. Their original tolerant, cheerful, and passionate side of life and art had all been abandoned, leaving behind only their elegant and fatal side. They were the undisputed overlords of the entire underground world. Apart from mind flayers, beholders, giant dragons, and a few other races with extremely strong individual strength, the rest were all enslaved. Even the gray dwarves, who were known as the second strongest underground faction, were barely surviving. According to ancient legends, the Dark Elves seemed to have grasped a large amount of evil magic techniques. They were able to infuse malicious curses into weapons, armor, and even any item. Some adventurers who had been to the underground world claimed that the weapons they created could easily pierce through the best full-body armor on the surface and pierce into giant dragons covered in hard scales. The only downside was that once exposed to sunlight, they would turn into a pile of dust in just a few days. Of course, since the Dark Elves were mentioned, the spider goddess who had always guided them down the path of depravity had to be mentioned as well. She was the only faith of over 90% of the Dark Elves. Through her cruel and sick religion, she tightly grasped her believers in the palm of her hand, breaking all ethical and moral restraints. She made them harm and kill each other, and even blood relatives were no exception. It could be said that rather than calling what Andre held in his hand a gold coin, it could be said that it was the epitome of the Dark Elves' values. Many merchants with connections to the underground world would purchase this gold coin at a high price because the Dark Elves did not recognize any other currency apart from the spider coin. However, what truly interested him wasn't the gold coin itself, but the intricate and complicated enchantment on its surface. It was common knowledge that mind flayers had a morbid desire to collect things, be it technology, knowledge, or different types of intelligent creatures. They were all targets of their collection. Since there was the Dark Elves' gold coin making technology, there would naturally be powerful magic that originated from ancient times, brought from another world by the elves. After all, it was a system that was completely different from the ancient magic civilization. It had a lot of research value, and no mage would let it go easily. Fiddling with the gold coins in his hand, Andre thought for a few minutes and suddenly suggested, "My dear friend, some of your conditions have moved me. I think we should sign a more detailed agreement so that we can both get what we need in future transactions. What do you think?" A silver light flashed in Susk's pupil-less eyes, and he nodded happily. "Indeed, I also think that building a framework can reduce unnecessary conflicts and misunderstandings. After all, we will have more and more transactions in the future, and the number will also increase. It is necessary to maintain a good friendship." Friendship? Andre sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he still wore a smile and pretended to be in deep agreement. "Since both sides have reached a consensus on this point, then I won't be polite and put forward my opinion first. First, I intend to divide the transactions into two categories. One is the exchange of materials. For example, I will provide you with fresh brains, and you will provide me with gold, mithril, adamantine, gems, and other underground specialties. Because this kind of transaction does not involve more precious knowledge and technology, in theory, there is no limit. As for the price, we can slowly discuss it and find a balance that both sides can accept." The other type was the exchange of magical items or spiritual items. Because there is a relatively large difference between the two, we will temporarily classify them according to the standard of magic energy level, and all items of the same energy level will be regarded as equivalent. Secondly, regarding knowledge and technology, I think we should be cautious. We must not pry into each other's core privacy, or we will immediately terminate all cooperation. Lastly, and most importantly, none of you are allowed to secretly use your mental powers to control, charm, or hint a third party without my permission. Furthermore, none of you are allowed to casually appear like you are now. These are my requirements. You can now raise yours. It had to be said that negotiating with the Mind Flayer made Andre feel like he was in the business circle in his previous life. However, in the business circle, the worst situation was bankruptcy, and now the slightest carelessness could put his life in danger. The latter was more exciting and challenging. Waving his 4 tentacles, Susk did not give a reply for a long time, as if he was communicating with the mastermind. Although the Mind Flayer was very intelligent, it rarely spoke. Most of the time, it discussed problems through telepathy. This way, it could ensure that no one could hear it, and it could also train its own strength. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After 2 or 3 minutes, Susk seemed to have received some kind of order. He immediately controlled the phantom to move forward and stretched out a tentacle to press on Andre's forehead. Instantly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Human, we agree to the conditions in principle, but you must add one more condition, and that is to answer some of our questions about Arcana. In return, we will also answer some questions that you are interested in and help you when you are in danger." "You are not Susk. Who are you?" Andre sensed that there was something wrong with the other party's tone. He frowned and asked, "Me? You can call me the Great Will, or you can call me the Mastermind. I am the center of Edison, and also the supreme ruler of this city. I know that you have a greedy heart, but that does not matter. As long as you can meet my requirements, whether it is adamantine, mithril, gemstones, gold, or any kind of technology from the underground world, they can all be given to you. However, there is one condition. If I find out that you are lying to me, the consequences will be severe. All right, today's deal ends here. We will have a second one in 3 days. This time, it is about knowledge and technology. I hope you can prepare in advance." After that, the self-proclaimed mastermind's voice disappeared without a trace. It was like an invisible ghost, coming and going in a hurry, not giving Andre a chance to explain. Perhaps in its opinion, it was already a great blessing for it to condescend and talk to a human. If it was in the past, it would have used telepathy to control him and turn him into a slave. Chapter 758. The setting sun spilled its golden rays onto the harbor, and the sea water crashed against the rocks of the harbor with the ebb and flow of the tide. It was a beautiful and spectacular sight from afar. Unfortunately, the swindler Jess wasn't in the mood to admire the beautiful scenery outside the window. At this moment, his hands were crossed on his knees, and his eyes were fixed on the burly man in front of him. As long as he felt that the situation was slightly wrong, he would immediately order the mercenaries behind him to attack and strangle the danger in the cradle. Ever since he'd accepted the mission of dividing and roping in the small guilds scattered in the lower city, Jess's nerves had always been in a tense state. Whether it was negotiating or fighting, he always liked to put himself in a position of absolute safety. The reason was simple. He knew better than anyone else just how short-sighted and stupid these bastards, who usually threw their weight around on the streets, were. This was especially true for idiots who thought they had some brute strength. Their first reaction when encountering a problem wasn't to sit down and talk and clear up any misunderstandings, but to pick up a weapon and fight first. They didn't care if they died or not. In this barbaric, primitive, and backward world, most illiterate commoners were more willing to believe in the power of fists and swords, or more accurately, violence rather than intelligence. Obviously, this kind of value was too dangerous for Jess, who relied on his brain to make a living. Even though he had the famous Carriamere mercenary group by his side, he still didn't feel the slightest bit of security. After all, he was only a swindler who knew a bit of swordsmanship and wasn't a professional. His body was very weak, and a poisoned arrow shot out of the darkness could take his life. Of course, Jess didn't know that the brawny man in front of him was actually even more nervous than him. Due to the decision of the underground guild leaders to retreat to the upper city, the rat men had concentrated their forces and destroyed many of the most powerful guilds in the lower city in just a few days. Those who resisted were slaughtered along with their families, and their corpses were hung on the roofs as a warning to those idiots who dared to continue pledging their loyalty to the underground guilds. Now, anyone with the slightest bit of intelligence understood that the situation in Valen City was very likely to change. They all put down their original plan of defending and waiting for reinforcements, and began to try to make contact with the rat men. Unfortunately, Old Bernie had already informed his subordinates to ignore the guilds that had given up on resistance and focus on destroying the remaining forces of the enemy in this area. It was also because of this lack of response that the leaders of the guilds who were scheming had a hard time figuring out what was going on. Silently looking at Jesse's face with a fake smile, the burly man had an impulse to smash his fist. But considering the combat power of the Carriamere mercenary group, he immediately gave up this tempting idea. Stroking the thick beard on his chin, he hesitantly asked, "Before I make a choice, you have to tell me who is the one who planned all of this. What's your relationship with the rat orcs? What does it matter?" Jess laughed contemptuously, then replied in a very arrogant tone, You can understand it as, the Rat Man is serving my master. Not only the Rat Men, even those mysterious organizations that constantly attack the underground guilds are also part of Master's subordinates. Wah! What? How is this possible? The brawny man suddenly stood up, trembling with excitement. He could not believe that old Bernie, who was known as the Mobile Calamity, would make his tribe serve others. Hee, haven't you noticed? All the guilds that chose to obey us have never been attacked in any way, and those who dared to refuse would mysteriously disappear in just a few hours. Open your eyes and take a good look at the outside world. The guilds that have ruled this city for hundreds of years are completely finished. A new ruler is rising. Either submit or be destroyed. I believe that you are a smart person, and smart people will often make the best choice for themselves based on the actual situation. Now tell me, do you choose to join us, or do you choose to die? Don't worry, I am a very patient person. You still have 5 minutes to think about it. If there is no definite answer after 5 minutes, then I will treat it as giving up, and the next person to talk to you will not be me, but the mercenaries behind me. We have always had only one attitude towards our enemies, and that is to completely destroy their spirit and body, leaving no future troubles. So, even if it's for your beautiful wife and adorable son, please think carefully and carefully. I've seen too many tragedies and deaths in the past few days. I hope that today's negotiation won't be the beginning of another tragedy. After saying that, Jess put on a pitiful face, as if he was a saint, thinking for the other party. It has to be said that his actions at this moment made Mabel, who was standing not far away acting as a guard, feel her stomach hurt, and the corner of her mouth twitched involuntarily. The reason was simple. All the guilds that were cruelly exterminated were personally ordered by Jess, and he did not show any discomfort in the process of killing, but rather enjoyed it. Without a doubt, the words just now were equivalent to a demon from the bottomless abyss, opening its bloody mouth and telling its victims that it was a good person whose morals were comparable to that of a paladin. The brawny man, who was more than 8 meters tall, clearly not only had a body of beautiful muscles, his brain was also not bad, and he instantly understood the hidden threat in the words. As a veteran of the streets and alleys for more than 10 years, he understood that the decision he was about to make was not only related to the lives of more than 20 people in the guild, but also the safety of his family. Orire did not have the concept of not harming family members. In this land where great vengeance prevailed, every change of power was accompanied by cruel purges and killings. Anyone who was related to the enemy by blood, whether it was an old man in his 70s or 80s or a newborn baby, would be exterminated. Looking at the brawny man's nervous and conflicted face, Jess felt great satisfaction in his heart. He liked the feeling of controlling the fate of others, especially those who made the wrong choice and had their guilds destroyed by the mercenaries. One by one, they knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, loudly begging him to be lenient, and he only needed to say a word to decide their life and death. Power. It was always the most beautiful poison. The liar Jess had become a hopeless addict, although this power did not belong to him, but was bestowed by Andre. But power was power, and he had secretly vowed in his heart that no matter what, he would not let the power slip away from his hands, even if he had to sacrifice his soul and faith for it. Chapter 7:59. Waiting was the most difficult thing to endure, especially for those who were on the weaker side. Every second felt like an hour. A few hoodlums wielding daggers and short swords were sweating all over, and their eyes revealed unconcealable fear. Even though they were all ruthless characters on the streets, but in front of the famous Carriamere mercenary group, they were no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Once their boss made the wrong choice, a fierce battle would be unavoidable, and perhaps everyone would die. The brawny man seemed to feel his underlings' nervous and uneasy emotions. He wanted to open his mouth several times to say something, but he didn't know what to say in the end. Finally, he let out a helpless sigh. I choose to submit. After saying this, he seemed to have drained the last bit of strength from his body. His entire person was like a deflated balloon, and his two eyes were filled with confusion. Ha ha ha. Very good. Very good. I knew you would make the right choice. Seeing another gang succumb to his tyrannical power, Jace suppressed the excitement in his heart and pretended to open his arms, giving the other party a warm hug. Hee. Right choice? Perhaps whether it's right or not, we'll only know the result after the dust settles. Speak, what do you need me to do? The brawny man took a deep breath and asked with a face full of bitterness. Even though he was a little unwilling to become a pawn in someone else's hands, he knew he had no other choice. Valen City was a special city. It had abandoned the order and laws of many southern city-states and followed the naked law of the jungle. The weak had to follow the will of the strong, or they would immediately meet with disaster. Without a doubt, Jace, who had the support of the Carriamere mercenary group, was such a strong person. Perhaps a mere 50 or so mercenaries weren't much in the chaotic and enormous lower city, but to a small gang with only 20 or so people, they were as undefeatable as a giant dragon. Do what? Ha 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 ha. No, my friend, you don't have to do anything. You only need to maintain the law and order of your territory and wait for orders. We are not a despicable, shameless, and despicable guild. We definitely won't send our underlings to their deaths. Remember, from today onwards, stop all gray businesses, especially human trafficking. My master doesn't like people going against his will. With that, Jess gently patted the burly man's shoulder. After 2 days of training, he had already summed up a set of experience in dealing with small gangs. First, he would flex his muscles. Next, he would threaten and intimidate the other party. Once the other party showed fear, he would placate them with kind words. Usually, as long as the other party was not a die-hard fan of the Underground Guild, they would choose to submit temporarily. As for how much of this surrender was sincere, that would depend on the outcome of the battle between Andre and the guild. Really? I don't have to do anything? The brawny man couldn't believe his ears. One must know that during the era of the underground guilds, any small guild that wanted to gain their recognition and protection had to complete a harsh test in order to prove their worth. But now, someone was telling him that he would be recognized if he stayed put. It was like a joke. Looking at the other party's surprised expression, Jace smiled and spread out his hands. That's right, we don't need to do anything. We have enough power to deal with everything that might happen. All right, that's all for today. If you have any questions, you can send someone to contact me at any time. I still have other things to do. You can go back first. The brawny man nodded thoughtfully. Without another word, he quietly left through the back door with his subordinates. As soon as they left, Mabel sat on the ground and laughed as she teased. Jace, you're really a born liar. In just 2 days, you've successfully fooled 7 gang leaders. At this speed, you'll be able to clean up the entire downtown in 3 days. Idiot! This isn't called a liar. It's called the art of language. Jace retorted with gritted teeth. But soon, he gave up the intention to continue explaining. He muttered to himself, "Forget it. Anyway, with your stone-like brain, it's impossible for you to understand how important what I'm doing is." All right, I'm a stone-like brain. Mabel had always been good-tempered. She shrugged her shoulders indifferently. Right, it's already evening. The sky will be dark in another 2 hours. Why isn't Portia back yet? Jace narrowed his eyes and gazed at the sunset outside the window. He shook his head lightly. I don't know. Maybe she's met with some trouble. After all, Greatsword Berman isn't an easy character to deal with. We have to teach him a lesson before we meet. Otherwise, he won't give in so easily. Sigh, I really hope this ends soon. Just as Mabel was sighing, Portia was hiding in the shadows a few streets away. She was preparing to launch an attack on Greatsword Berman, who was only 10 meters away from her. She knew very well that she didn't need to kill her opponent in this operation. She only needed to let him know that he could lose his life at any time. Thus, there was no need to be too nervous. Bending down and taking light steps, the halfling bandit slowly left the protection of the shadows. She started to approach her target silently like a cat. Greatsword Berman, who looked to be in his early 50s, didn't notice at all. He was still sitting motionlessly with his head facing the window, as if he was admiring the beautiful sunset. What an idiot with no sense of vigilance. I really don't know how he managed to survive in the chaotic downtown until today. After secretly despising the other party in her heart, Portia suddenly sped up and dashed forward. She placed her dagger on Greatsword Berman's neck. However, the moment her fingers touched his neck, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly took a few steps back and asked vigilantly, "You're not Berman. Who are you?" "Oh, hee," as expected of a halfling who can sense danger in advance. You can even see through magical transformations. Saying that, the impersonator raised his hand and gently wiped his face. His entire person changed rapidly and returned to his original appearance. He was none other than the vampire aristocrat Gillis de Champney. Pale face, sharp fangs, scarlet eyes, and the negative energy that was constantly emitted. There was also a reflection that wasn't reflected in the mirror. Portia instantly understood that the person standing in front of her wasn't a human, but an undead from head to toe. Chapter 760. Vampires were an extremely special type of undead creature. Although they had human characteristics, they didn't cast shadows and wouldn't leave behind reflections in mirrors. Thus, they could be recognized with just a bit of attention. Evil undead, why did you appear in this room? Where did Greatsword Berman go? Portia asked cautiously as she carefully inched towards the mirror. According to many legends and records, vampires had many weaknesses, including their inability to tolerate the smell of garlic. They would feel a strong sense of fear when facing a mirror or the holy emblem of a god. If they were directly exposed to sunlight, their abilities would be severely weakened, and they might even die. It was clear that in this room, only the mirror and sunlight outside the window could play a key role in a battle. However, the sun was already setting, and it wouldn't be long before it disappeared below the sea level. Moreover, the window was a little far away, so the sunlight might not be able to be used. Only the mirror was close enough to ensure her safety. Watching the halfling's small movements, the corners of Giles's mouth curled up slightly. He replied in a playful tone, "Greatsword Berman? Is that the name of that idiot? Don't worry, he's already dead. I've sucked every last drop of blood from his body. I have to say, as an old warrior, the taste of his blood isn't bad. It's like aged red wine. If it wasn't for the fact that time was a little tight, I might have chosen to make him a blood thrall. All right, let's stop chatting here. Otherwise, Casimir will be impatient from waiting. Now tell me, are you going to hand it over on your own accord, or hand it over after I capture you and turn you into a thrall?" "You're in cahoots with Casimir." Portia was like a cat with its fur standing on end. Her eyes were wide open, and the smile on her face had disappeared. It was replaced by nervousness and unease. "In cahoots? No, little thing, our relationship is much more complicated than you think. All right, let's stop chatting. Hand over the held jewel, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise..." At this point, Giles suddenly paused and reached out with his right hand, making a grasping motion. Portia only felt a sharp pain in her heart. Her face instantly turned pale, and her throat felt itchy and sweet. A second later, she spat out a mouthful of blood. In the face of supernatural power, she had no idea how to defend herself. In the blink of an eye, she was severely injured. If not for the tenacious vitality of professionals, her heart would have stopped just now. Enduring the intense discomfort in her chest, Portia bit her lower lip hard to prevent herself from fainting. At the same time, she gasped for breath and asked in a stern voice, "Bastard, what sorcery did you use on me?" "Ha ha 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 ha. Sorcery? Ignorant. That's a genuine level. 5 spell. You're lucky that you didn't die immediately, but you won't be so lucky next time." Gills raised his chin slightly and looked at the short halfling with a condescending gaze. In fact, for a powerful vampire like him, physical attacks usually had little effect unless it was a weapon that had been blessed or smeared with holy water. Otherwise, he would not die easily even if he stood there and was pierced into a sieve. According to the records in the Book of the Dead, any creature that had been transformed into a vampire would have their physical fitness improved by 2 to 3 times. Whether it was their strength, agility, intelligence, or perception, everything would undergo an earth-shattering change. Even their charm was no exception. In other words, even if Giles' strength was 12 before he became a vampire, his current strength was 18 to 20, and he could lift a 4-wheeled carriage with just one hand. How could a human be a match for such a monster? Not to mention the series of supernatural abilities that accompanied it. Portia was very clear that she had no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Her only chance was to take advantage of the fact that the sun hadn't set and rush out at lightning speed. Standing under the sun, even the most powerful vampire would be weakened by more than 90% of his combat power. No hesitation, no confusion. The moment the pain in her heart eased a little, she suddenly grabbed the mirror behind her and fiercely threw it towards the opposite side. She then jumped up and dashed towards the window, not far away. It was common knowledge that vampires had an innate aversion to mirrors. Due to the incompleteness of their souls, they were unable to leave behind an image in the mirror. Every time they looked into a mirror, they would often have uncontrollable negative emotions. It was similar to the nausea of ordinary people, but they wouldn't suffer any actual harm. Seeing the mirror flying towards him, Giles' eyes shone with an evil light. He raised his hand and cast an acid arrow. In the blink of an eye, the smooth bronze mirror was corroded into holes, no longer able to clearly reflect a person's shadow. After doing all this, he snarled sinisterly, "Very good, very good. You've successfully infuriated me. Little thing, the next 2 things won't be as simple as death. I'll turn you into a mindless slave and personally kill your cherished friends one by one. In the end, you'll forever be immersed in regret, unable to extricate yourself." "Huh, you want to catch me? Dream on. Damn monster. I'll definitely make you pay for this in the future." Portia, who was about to rush to the window, turned her head and spat fiercely. "He. Foolish and short-sighted mortal. Today, I'll let you experience the powerful strength of the King of the Night. Unparalleled strength." Giles opened his mouth as he spoke, emitting an ultrasonic wave that ordinary people couldn't hear. Portia felt that something was wrong and subconsciously slowed down her footsteps. Just as she was about to smash open the window, the light outside the house suddenly dimmed for some reason, as if it had turned from evening to midnight. Damn it! What happened? Portia cursed under her breath, hurriedly raising her head to glance at the sky. As the saying goes, you don't know until you see it, but you'll be shocked when you see it. The sky above the house was surrounded by tens of thousands of bats. At a glance, it was so densely packed that one couldn't help but feel numb. It was obvious that these bats were summoned by the special ability of vampires. They had completely blocked out the sunlight, and even if she rushed out now, it would be of no use. Looking at the halfling's deathly pale face, Giles' mouth curved in an arc. His entire body turned into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing beside Portia and biting her neck. There was no struggle. There was no pain. After a short few seconds, her pupils began to dilate, and her body temperature became lower and lower. As the last drop of blood was sucked dry, she completely lost her life. Chapter 761. Darkness. Ice cold. Silence. As far as her eyes could see, it was a vast expanse of gray. There was no sky, no land, and nothing alive. Since the last trace of consciousness had completely left her body, Boscia found herself in a completely unfamiliar place, the world of the dead and souls. Of course, as a devout believer of the halfling god of thieves, Brendel, she was not very afraid of death. Because according to the agreement between the gods and humans, as long as she did not betray her faith, the gods had the obligation to take her into their kingdom and continue living in another form. In Oraire, death did not mean the end, but the beginning of another life. Just as Boscia began to look around for the door to the divine kingdom, she suddenly found a black spot on her chest for some reason, and it was getting bigger and bigger. She was now in the state of a soul. Normally, she should remain silver and transparent. Any other color meant that there was a problem with the soul itself. Time did not flow in the world of the dead. She did not know how long had passed. Maybe a few seconds, maybe a few hours, or maybe a few days. In short, Boscia began to feel waves of inexplicable thirst from the bottom of her heart. It was an indescribable feeling, as if something terrifying was slowly awakening. Damn it! What's wrong with me? She gritted her teeth and cursed while desperately trying to block the black hole in her chest that was already thicker than her wrist. But it was all in vain. When the black hole expanded to the entire chest cavity, a hole suddenly opened in the gray sky. Boscia was then dragged up by a huge force and was quickly swallowed by the huge crack. Bang! She felt as if she had bumped into something, and her whole body was sore and painful. No, sore. Didn't I die? The halfling's mind had always been very quick, and she immediately realized where the problem was. Slowly opening her eyes, Boscia immediately saw a face full of malice and a smile. If her memory was correct, it was the owner of this face who had killed her. But for some reason, she did not feel any hatred at all. Instead, she had an urge to get close to him. Ha 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 ha, you're awake, little one. Now, I order you to get up and kneel in front of me. Gilles ordered with a laugh. Without any hesitation, before her brain could even react, Portia's body faithfully carried out her orders. She lay prostrate on the ground, unable to resist at all. Fear, a great fear of the unknown, welled up from the bottom of her heart. Looking at the halfling's panicked eyes, Gilles bent down, smiled, and teased. Do you feel strange? He had clearly died, so how could he be resurrected? You should hate me to the core. So why do you listen to my every word? What have you done? Portia asked with a trembling voice. Ha! Clever little thing. I've resurrected you. From now on, you're my servant, a loyal servant. Every word I say, every order I give, is a sacred word to you that can't be disobeyed. Feel your own body temperature, heartbeat, and the desire for blood hidden in your heart. You will soon find the answer. Gil's words were spoken neither hurriedly nor slowly, and his voice was just right. It was obvious that he had received a strict aristocratic education. At least in terms of etiquette, he was impeccable. But if one paid attention to his two scarlet eyes, they would immediately discover the viciousness hidden within. Portia lowered her head and glanced at the cold and pale skin on her hands and arms. She then pressed her chest, but did not feel a heartbeat. She closed her eyes and released her instincts to the maximum. The desire to drink blood quickly welled up in her heart. There was no doubt that it was as the other party had said. She was no longer a living person, but a vampire derivative. Looking at the halfling's angry eyes, Gills stretched out a hand and gently lifted her chin. Do you feel angry? Do you feel that I've desecrated your soul? Remember, this is the price you have to pay for infuriating me. Death is never the end, but another beginning. Next, I'll let you kill your best friend with your own hands. Hug his corpse and cry bitterly. Then continue to kill the next one until you completely cut off your connection with the world and become a soulless puppet. But before that, you need to hand over the Hell's Jewel. After all, although creating a tragedy is interesting, we can't delay the proper business. Don't you think so? Tremble. Her entire body couldn't help but tremble. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't commit suicide, Portia would have immediately ended her own life. She simply couldn't imagine what it would feel like to kill her incomparably familiar family and friends with her own hands. There were many things in the world that were more terrifying than death, especially those scheming masters who could toy with human nature to the peak. Many times, they only needed a few words to stir up the fear hidden in the depths of their hearts. Obviously, Gills from the vampire family Champney was one of them. No, you can't do this. I'm willing to hand over the Hell's Jewel. I'm also willing to become your loyal servant. But please let my friends and family go. They're innocent. Portia was so agitated that she spoke incoherently. Although halflings had unparalleled courage, once their psychological defenses collapsed, they weren't much different from ordinary people. Innocent? Gills laughed disdainfully. Sorry, no one in this world is innocent. In my opinion, anyone who dares to defy my will deserves to die. Don't worry, the sadness and pain are only temporary. Once you truly experience the power of a vampire, it won't take long for you to discover how shallow you were in the past. It just so happens that it's already dark. Go and bring me the Hell's Jewel. This is an order. Portia's body trembled uncontrollably as the last word left her mouth. She nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll follow your orders, my great master. Obviously, this wasn't her intention. She was under some sort of mental control. Vampires had absolute control over the derivatives they created. Unless they released them on their own accord or their master died, they would always be enslaved. Some didn't even have independent thoughts. However, in order to let Portia taste despair and pain, Gills purposely kept her thoughts intact. Perhaps in his eyes, this kind of mental torture was far more destructive than physical torture. Chapter 762. The Infernal Jewel wasn't actually a jewel, but a black bone about half the size of an adult's palm. It looked sparkling and translucent, very similar to magical crystals and black diamonds. However, as long as one held it in one's hand, one would immediately feel the evil thoughts hidden in one's heart. For example, lust for power, materialism, lust for sex, desire for conquest, and so on. Madness would fill one's brain, as if there was a voice incessantly clamoring in one's ears. Normally, a person with a weak will would turn from an honest farmer or peddler into an ambitious person who would do anything in a matter of minutes. Of course, its greatest use was to break through the barrier between the material world and hell. As long as it was provided with sufficient energy, it could even raise an army of devils. He. What an interesting little toy. No wonder Casimir tried every means to get it back. Playing with the infernal jewel in his hand, the corners of Gil's mouth curled up slightly, a meaningful light flickering in his eyes. Portia, who had been transformed into a vampire, knelt on the ground, trying to reduce her presence as much as possible. She had now thoroughly understood how powerful the other party's control over her was, and was afraid that the next order would be to kill her former friends. Unfortunately, many things couldn't be solved by running away. After understanding the use of the infernal jewel, Gills immediately turned his head and examined the curled-up halfling. After a full minute, he said in a playful tone, "Little thing, you're not bad. You actually hid this toy in a place no one would expect." "I'm a thief, so I naturally know how to hide stolen goods." Borgia replied expressionlessly, "Not bad. You're a thief and an outstanding assassin at that. I'm now more and more optimistic about your future. Perhaps my unintentional choice will create a very useful chess piece for the family. But before that, I have to wear away the remnants of your humanity. You must know that, as the favorite of the night, vampires don't need foolish kindness. Now tell me, who is the person you care about the most in this city?" Saying that, Gills extended his right hand and gently lifted the halfling's chin, his entire body emitting a terrifying energy. Borgia tried her best to seal off her brain and resist the other party's orders, but it was all in vain. After struggling in pain for half a minute, she began to yield to the nature of her bloodline and slowly opened her mouth to say a name. Bernie Ecclestone. Oh, that Rat King?" Gills raised his eyebrows in surprise before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. I have to say, this world is really too small. I was just thinking about how to create more chaos, and you immediately gave me a surprise. Very good. I order you to kill old Bernie and hang his head in the most conspicuous place in the lower city." "Yes, yes, Master." Borgia clenched her fists and trembled all over. She seemed to have used all her strength to squeeze those words out of her throat. "Hee, go, my little cutie. Those rat men are too rational under old Bernie's suppression. It's time to add fuel to the fire. Let's see if that guy hiding in the wizard tower can still remain calm." With that, an incomparably cruel smile appeared on Gil's pale face, as if he could already see Valen City turning into a river of blood. Assassination was never an easy matter. Add to that the fact that Borgia had always been against killing her friends. She didn't make a move even though she had been hiding in the vicinity of old Bernie's cave after receiving the order. 2 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Just as she was using the last of her humanity to resist Gil's orders, the teleportation gate in the underground wizard tower was finally completed. Without any hesitation, Angus immediately passed this news to Andre. The latter did a simple test and immediately moved it to the entrance of the cemetery in the upper city after discovering that there were no problems. Feeling the negative energy coming from the entrance, Andre was expressionless as he spoke to the bald wizard beside him. "You can begin. Remember, don't try to control the berserk fire elemental in the instant that the planar passage is connected. Such actions have no effect other than angering them. Leave everything to me." "Understood. Don't worry. I guarantee that there won't be such idiots among those participating in this ceremony." Angus bowed slightly and turned to the side of the enormous teleportation gate. He never liked to speak nonsense, so he only nodded at the other 3 wizards around him. He then took out a magic scroll that he'd prepared beforehand and began to read it aloud. The other 3 mages and the 9 apprentices all echoed in unison. In just a few minutes, these incantations caused a strong resonance, and a terrifying amount of magic energy was quickly gathered and slowly flowed towards the 2-meter-tall metal door. Not long after, an oval red crack was formed on the door. Scorching flames and high temperatures spewed out from the other side of the crevice. Even from tens of meters away, one could still feel the suffocating heat waves assaulting their faces. Without a doubt, the gate to the fire elemental plane had been opened. However, the passage wasn't very stable, so the fire elemental couldn't pass through. Looking at the boiling lava and raging flames, Jennifer opened her mouth wide and sighed to herself, "Oh, my heavens, this is too magnificent. It's hard to imagine that there can be life in such a world." According to the records in the Book of Creation, the 4 elemental planes of wind, water, fire, and earth are the foundation of everything. before our world was born, they had already existed for hundreds of millions of years. Elemental life is even older than most of the gods. I suggest that if you have the chance in the future, you study more about this. You'll find a lot of interesting content. All right, now stand aside obediently. What's going to happen next isn't something you can participate in. After briefly explaining the importance of the elements, Andre gently pushed Jennifer to the side. He himself stood in front of the gate, raised his arms high, and transformed them into fire elemental form. His expression was solemn, his eyes focused, and he called out in a low and solemn voice, "Elves from the scorching land, primordial life from the birth of the universe, in the name of the fire elemental prince Isoldezer, I order you to pass through the gate. Come to me. Obey my orders. Destroy my enemies." Chapter 763. Responding to your summons. Honorable Prince of Flames. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a giant fire elemental that was more than 4 meters tall took the lead and stepped through the portal, appearing in front of everyone in an extremely magnificent manner. It did not have any facial features, nor did it have a specific form. It was just a ball of burning flames. Even its language was not the surface language that ordinary people could understand, but the ancient language of the fire elemental. However, as the chosen of Acer Desser, Andre could understand the roar of the fire elemental effortlessly. He took 2 steps forward and slowly stretched out his right hand. The burning flames on the 2 bodies seemed to be attracted to each other and quickly connected. While feeling the heat from the fire elemental, he asked, "Name, tell me your name." "You can call me Tavi, General of Flames from the River of Flames of Daikas." The giant fire elemental replied in a muffled voice. "Very well, my general. Now you can let your army pass through the passage and wipe out the undead creatures in this underground tomb. How about it? Can you do it?" As a knowledgeable mage, Andre knew very well that most elemental creatures were very simple. There was no need to beat around the bush when dealing with them. It was best to be straightforward. Otherwise, there was a possibility that they would not be able to understand the command correctly. The giant fire elemental took a deep breath of the negative energy in the tomb and immediately said in a contemptuous tone, "No problem, Honorable Duke. They are just a few pitiful little bugs. I promise that I can burn all the undead creatures in half an hour." "Then what are you waiting for? Please go ahead and burn as much as you want." With that, Andre turned sideways and made a please gesture. He knew that elemental creatures were always straightforward. They would not show arrogance or excessive modesty. Since they made a promise, it meant that they were 100% confident. The gigantic fire elemental, which had never been courteous, shook its burning body and sent a wisp of its own flame into the crack. Then, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. One after another, fire elemental came out of the crack and rushed into the underground tomb without hesitation, activating the baking mode. There seemed to be no end to their numbers. From the appearance of the first ordinary fire elemental to the disappearance of the last fire elemental, it took a total of 10 minutes. At least 3,000 fire elemental were sent underground, leaving a sea of fire wherever they went. A large number of skeletons, zombies, and ghouls did not even have a chance to attack. In the blink of an eye, they were pushed to the ground by a few fire elementals, becoming part of the fuel. After all, even the most ordinary fire elementals had a body temperature of at least 1,000 to 1,500 degrees Celsius. Under such high temperatures, weapons would melt into molten iron in a matter of minutes, and human bones would be burned into ashes. Unless one could find the elemental core within the blazing fire elemental's body, it would be impossible to kill them with physical means. Angus finally heaved a sigh of relief when the entire interplanar passageway, was completely fixed. He began to look at the image transmitted back from the magic mirror with a fervent gaze, his entire body trembling slightly. Powerful. It was simply too powerful. Hundreds of undead creatures blocked the underground passageway like a tide. But in front of the terrifying power of the fire elemental army, they could not even last for 2 to 3 minutes, directly turning into a pile of black charred paste. He was willing to bet that if this army was placed in Valen City, even if the pirates and underground guilds worked together, they would be wiped out in a matter of minutes. As a fundamental plane that had existed since the birth of the universe, the power of the elemental world was beyond imagination. Even if the demons and devils were currently engaged in what was known as the largest and longest blood war in the multiverse, it still could not compare to the power of the elemental world. Even though each elemental world only had one god, they had hundreds of princes whose power was comparable to the gods. The powerful ones, like Aesop and Decel, were no longer limited to the elements themselves, but had evolved to represent the essence of the universe. They could easily kill the weaker gods. Of course, the weaker ones were not bad either. At the very least, they were at the level of abyssal lords and devil dukes. They could wipe a large city of over 100,000 people off the map with a wave of their hand, not to mention the endless elemental armies under their command. According to the records of ancient books, there was once an arrogant demon lord in ancient times who tried to invade the wind elemental world. He wanted to use his evil thoughts to blaspheme one of the 4 great elements that supported the entire universe. In the end, before the wind elemental goddess could take action, he was pushed back by the wind elemental prince near the point of invasion, as well as his enormous army. Not only was he torn to pieces by the violent hurricane, even the abyss level he ruled was mercilessly destroyed, leaving it in a desolate state to this day. Sir, at this rate, the fire elemental army will reach the lowest level in at most 10 minutes. Do you intend to just watch as they burn Cecil to ashes? Angus hurriedly lowered his voice and reminded Leyland when he saw that the entire plan was going so smoothly. He did not want to waste all his effort, only to end up not being able to capture a single person alive. Andre shook his head with a smile. No, calm down, my friend. Haven't you noticed? So far, less than 1/3 of the magic traps in the passage have been triggered, which means that our enemies have already noticed our presence. They must be like spiders spreading their web, patiently waiting for us to appear. Angus subconsciously frowned and cursed in a low voice. Damn it, what a bunch of cunning bastards. So, what do you intend to do? Hee, I don't intend to do anything. I'll just stay here and see how long they can last. According to the number of corpses buried in the cemetery in the uptown for hundreds of years, they can only summon about 5,000 undead creatures at most. Currently, nearly 1/3 of them have been used up. When another 1/3 is destroyed, regardless of whether we show up first, the enemy will not be able to help but reveal their trump card. With that, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile that sent chills down everyone's spine. In fact, at this moment, a large amount of EXP was refreshed in his vision. Although the skeletons killed by the fire elemental could only provide 15 to 20 EXP, they won in large quantities. In just 10 minutes, he had gained 20,000 EXP. He estimated that he could get more than 50,000 EXP from killing all of them. Since there was such a good opportunity to gain EXP, how could he let it go? Anyway, the distance from the entrance to the deepest part of the underground was only 500 meters. He could reach there with a short-distance teleportation. He could still make it in time when the vampires appeared.